to feast. Bring it out, keep grinding, diving deep like cold steel. I won't face my doom, sayonara. Well done, how dare you? Never too late to bend the knee. When hell freezes over, sayonara. I know the time of darkness will come someday, but I will fight it till the day I die. The world decided to reject you. If so, what do you fight for? You must learn your place. Now it's time to feast. Bring it out, keep grinding, diving deep like cold steel. I won't face my doom, sayonara. Well done, how dare you? Never too late to bend the knee. When hell freezes over, sayonara. I know the time of darkness will come someday, but I will fight it till the day I die. Break it out, diving deep like cold steel. I will not face my doom, sayonara. Through the darkest sky, groping for the light, like a crying for the moon. Never-ending ride, forgot what I want, never felt my heart beat. That's why I go forward, don't look back. I can't believe in the path I'm on. Faith, pride, so what do I have to be? Under the sacred wires, never stop, just go. I don't care how many more stars again. Here in the pale fire, I'm doing out what I can. I hope my path will be. I got a light for a someone to follow. The roar of the spark. only moon, it only backwards. This ocean with my colors, here in the pale fire, I'm going out for other kids, to keep that love alive. Under the sacred fires, never stop, just go. I don't care how many months down again, yeah. Here in the pale fire, I'm going out for other kids. It will be endless, and it's now end. Hoping to build the world with all kinds of light. Blessing as rock, parade, battle cry. On my last night with the trickster was the rock, parade. once had some sweet memories. Each world remains all the same. How can I remember those moments, sweetheart? Tell me, tell me. If there's a man who cares and it's all a game of chance. Don't overthink it. Life never goes our way that you want. That's how it is. No matter what life throws at you, take it on. Whoa, fight like a tiger, walk in the park, play the hero till I die. Fly like an eagle, soar through the sky, be free till you die. Can you feel the night? Would it be one? It must be bright, like a raging fire. When the sky cries in April, the flowers and trees smile with me. The tender passes, tell me man you love a thing, but I can't feel it. Cut it out! High through high soul.
Good evening everyone and welcome to Hearts Are Blazing Season 1, Week 4. Just double checking to make sure that my mic's working. You know, if any of you in the chat want to let me know now, that'd be great before I run this big ass intro. Anyway, to give you guys a breakdown if you're not aware, Hearts Are Blazing is an open season tournament, open bracket tournament season, where over 16 weeks you can basically enter in tournaments every single week, and depending on how you do, you gain placement points. The top 16 people at the end of our season standings get invited to a season finale with the opportunity to win big money. For more information on that, be sure to check out our standings if you're curious on the previous results or you know, what the standings are currently looking like. And be sure to check out the Matcherinos. We have Matcherino available for both the weekly and the finale brackets. We're getting pretty close already to finishing up all of the Matcherinos, codes available for this week's event. And Virum has also generously donated to the bracket as well. So, if you guys can take a little look here, we have 4 codes remaining. All you have to do is log in using any of your social medias, go over and claim the code, and boom, it's done straight away. You can also do sponsor quests, which are relatively simple as well. It's just doing a couple of things on social media, and that'll put money directly into the bracket without you spending anything. With all of that said, though, if we're going to be getting into our tournament this week, it's a pretty big one. Actually, I might as well show you guys that once I'm here. We've got a pretty big one, 142 attendees, and the bracket is, as expected, very stacked. We have a lot of very talented players, but our first stream match is going to be Rick Teague Ninja versus Ace. With all of that out of the way, though, I am joined today by, someone who you guys should be very fond of this time. He bailed us out in the first week of commentary, but for those of you that aren't familiar with him, I would, give yourself the opportunity to introduce yourself to everyone on the stream.
Hello everyone, I am Gils on my right. I've been doing a lot of commentary for a lot of European events with the beautiful people that are supporting this community, and Chai is for sure one of them. I am, well, I was a competitor until like 20 minutes ago. Now I just transitioned to offline because of Salt, but that's a long story. We don't have enough time. But joking aside, yeah, I'm a competitor. I am coach. I am, well, commentator as well, and in generally I enjoy fighting games. I will be your co-commentator today, give some, you know, help to Chai to sort of act behind the curtain, and I'll hype the tournament up and analyze. I'll try and do a little bit of everything. So yeah, I'm joining the room. Apologies.
Yeah, no worries. That is the thing that we're waiting on, basically. Getting Gil into the lobby. But once that's done, we'll get straight into our first match, which is going to be Ace. You know, I'm getting a little bit of revenge here. For those of you who know the deep lore, every single time I enter Salty EU, and bear in mind that I already have a lot of tournament nerves, but when I'm on stream, I turn into basically jelly. And every single time I enter Salty EU, Ace or Farsight, they find me. And they specifically go into the chat and say we want this match to be streamed. So I have to embarrass myself when it's round 1 every single time. So you know what? I thought I'd get a little bit of revenge and get a skin on for our first match. He's going to be going up against Riktig Ninja, so there's some Northern Europe violence going on. Ace was actually talking about getting the Swedish flag taken away from our role selection and replacing it with the Norwegian one. So let's see if these big words will have any cadence going into our first match. That should be everything in place. We have a couple of players who couldn't make it this evening. I know that Novril wasn't feeling up to it, and we had a couple of last-minute top players falling out of the bracket, which was unfortunate. But at the same time, there's a lot of new faces around as well. A lot of you will be familiar with players like Arnby, who hasn't been entering HAB up until this point, but he is entering this week. Our first match is going to be Ace versus Riktig Ninja, though. Axel versus Sol. Good start for Riktig Ninja, finding his way in straight away, but unfortunately not capitalizing, and all of a sudden Ace has put it back to full screen, where that command throw is most effective. No OTG setup, but does successfully bait the DP on block. First being spent really early on. Not a worry.
I was muted all the time and I didn't realize it. So I've been talking for like 5 minutes, but yeah, into the game we go. Apologies.
For once, it's not me that does that. I'm very used to that being me. There we go, Riktig Ninja finding the combo. There's a lot of pressure getting the corner. YRC being spent, and obviously Ace gonna have to get quite a lot of leverage out of that. Stuff back to mid-screen, and nice, gets the snail.
Yeah, the pull in with the plus frame advantage. Ooh, Fares. The name of the character, the name of the game.
By the way, Stream Monsters, if you could let me know how the audio is. I've been messing around with mixing a little bit because I believe that the stream's a little bit too loud before. So, if you guys could let me know how it sounds, you know, if anything needs adjusting, I'll be sure to do that for the next match.
Jump back S's, threatening the range, but Sol only needs one touch and then you're into the corner.
Yeah,
you know, you don't have to pay any bills. Everything is paid for.
The Oki that he gets from Bandit Revolver is so nuts. Ah, drops the combo but doesn't end up mattering. 2k2d, breaks the wall. A lot of meter available for Ace, but this is the opposite of where you want to be with that super. Oh, no mind, it hits that high up. Okay.
Yeah, usually you want to super jump to bait it, especially if you have a diving option such as, you know, Mage, A2S, or in this case, Bringer, right? That just sort of pummels them down. Usually works really well with the super jump. But if you're not familiar with that, people jump after the first hit, right? Because then they want the jumping punish. But if you want to avoid it, you'll need the super jump.
You'll see to fight whoever loses here. Yeah, I mean, Ace and Riktig are definitely some brilliant players, honestly. Like, obviously, we have TO stuff going on, so we don't get to enter all that often, but some of the TOs in GGSC so far look pretty nasty. We have people like Akarul, Leffen to an extent. I'm not going to say myself. I'm not going to include myself along that, but then we also have the likes of Ace and C4 IQ. All running tournaments, though. You'd love to see it.
And yeah, big advantage right now for Ace. Also some mirror to work with in case, you know, they get stuck into a block stream, but this is not the case. Rensen cutting the ankles.
Yeah, you got to catch him on the toes, but at the end of the day, that was a perfect example of the Axel versus Soul matchup and why a lot of people seem to think that it's, you know, not a very unfavored matchup for Axel. The one thing that Soul wants to be doing is getting up in that ass, and Axel, you know, it's kind of his whole thing that he is good at keeping people away from it.
You gotta see though that like Riktig may not be too familiar with the matchup. I think suffering a little bit too much with the Rensens, not using the Vortex to go under the 6Ks. There's definitely things that, you know,
oh, kind of hit overhead. No RC confirmed. But having 100% meter leaves you in a very, very good spot to tie up this set.
Yeah, at the moment, you're looking very, very confident in the matchup, to the point is that, you know what, I'll reset to neutral, you can't touch me.
Well, to be honest, that was a very quick back and forth. I was pretty convinced that Riktig was going to be in a good spot to take this one. I mean, he's had a really good set of performances so far, in a lot of different tournaments. So,
yeah, definitely.
But I haven't
seen them... I haven't seen them fight an Axel in any of them, as far as I remember. At least the one I watched, right? Oh,
which is surprising, right? As top 16s in Europe are quite populated with Axel, to say the very least.
Yeah, kind of the La Diva situation for a little bit.
Wow, you say that, but Potemkin I think is more apt there, because we also have a bit of a Potemkin situation going on.
Oh, doesn't get the bubble for the BRC, but still gets the corner. All the butter has been spent
tries
though.
To get out.
The mac and cheese will be a little bit dry.
Nice, I like that YRC. I'm taking the meter. Also, he was still in the air, so he didn't have much opportunity to block.
Okay, conversion, there we go, closes it out. One thing that you want to remember about YRCs, at close range they're +10, so if you don't mess up your timing and you have you know, a 9 frame, an 8 frame, you can force people to block, not even the DP is a threat. But you gotta be consistent on the timing.
Nice.
Ooh, the pickup with the Lariato.
Again, so many counter hits coming out from Ace. He's handling himself in the close range very, very well. Good backdash getting out of the command for this time, and the anti-air confirm is going to be quite a bit of damage. Again, the YRC use from Ace. We're going to want to see Riktig Ninja starting to bait those out, but for now, Charge Dust will be more than enough to tie this set back up.
Yeah, right now, Axel being shaken like a smoothie that you just bought. But trying to fight back. Nice confirm. Was that a confirm, or did Ninja just didn't block? Maybe they were blocking low. Okay. The corner.
That's the thing, Soul right there, we saw him go for uncharged 5D, which on hit leaves you 0, so neutral on hit. But obviously in those ranges where you're playing around about range 1 to 2, Soul has much faster buttons than Axel does. So effectively the neutral on hit situation turns into just plus frames. And Riktig Ninja making great use of it.
And the natural reaction usually for those 0 on it for a lot of people is to jump and try and dash out of the corner. So you can get into that mentality of, hey, I've hit the 0 on block, let me guard corner real quick, right? And just get them back in. Because he can convert from pretty much any situation.
Yeah, I mean, you have to have quite a bit of awareness, especially with a character like Soul, who does... You know, we all love seeing him basically kill a character in 3 buttons, but realistically he does have some pretty advanced conversions. And there are a lot of conversions that Souls aren't taking advantage of at the moment, to be honest. And it's really once you start seeing optimal Soul players like the likes of Ambi play that you really realize how absurd this character truly is.
Yeah, for sure. Every time you get hit by that, you know, 5k, even if it's far away, you're like, oh, I'll be fine, it's too far away. And then the revolver comes in, and then the extension comes in, and you're exploding. Ooh, shakes the hand, he's slaps.
Yeah, just let us know, by the way, on Stream Monster side, how the stream ends up looking. I have changed it over to window borderless to make tabbing out less choppy for the stream. But also, you know, again, I have mixed up the audio, so if anything needs improvement on that end, let me know so I can adjust it for the next match. But in the meantime, Ace fighting for his life, doing a very good job. Looks like we might see a reflection of the second match, round 1. Trying to get those 7 golden letters. Very close.
Using the vortex more to get under the far horizontal buttons now, Rictic Ninja. I don't know if they either did realize it mid-play or just kind of came up with the idea, but it's definitely threatening the option, right? It hasn't really worked out yet, but it's there. Whoa, what a pickup. Sit. And yeah, and right now it's just like, it's kind of free for Ace because they're not really risking anything with those Rents. Another Lariato doesn't use the conversion though.
Nice to bait out that DP.
You can RRC, right?
Yeah, I think it's a pretty weird situation. I'm pretty sure you end up PRCing and getting interesting conversion.
Oh, okay. Oof. Watch your head. Came from the back of the neck.
Beautiful stuff from Ace though, tying this back up. And thank you to the Stream Monsters for letting me know. It looks like it is just going to be my preview that's looking a bit choppy then.
Fair enough. So what do you think of the matchup in general, right? How do you think the matchup goes when both players sort of know it?
Honestly, I've heard a lot of very mixed things. But at the end of the day, I feel like both of these characters have the potential, especially in the early days of Strive, to be very frustrating to play against, and putting a lot of... I want to go with mental exhaustion on the opposing player, putting them into situations where they basically have to play in an unorthodox or in a very high-risk, high-reward situation.
Ooh, the gold burst! There comes the full reward.
I mean, yeah, if there's a character that can make good use of meter, it's going to be Sol. If we're talking about giving people a headache, Sol of 100% meter is a very good start.
I'm liking the Rictic not really spending the meter offensively.
Yeah, using the threat instead. I like it. Nice, and now we can spend it. Oh, big drop!
Doesn't matter.
Nice, I like that. That was a great decision. Beautiful conversion. Using the red RC to put him back up on the wall because he knew the second hit of Bringer was gonna send him through. I really, really like that. That was smart.
The backdash and the punish with the vortex from full screen.
Just solve things. You can't really throw command throw that safely against him. Most characters have to do like forward jump air dash, but vortex is a very, very good move. Oh wow, that's not gonna be dead. Ace living on a prayer. But there we go.
Knocking on him like he owes him money. And into
fast
the next... yeah.
And there we go. We're going to be having our first stream match, concluding with Rictic Ninja beating out Ace in a very close set, though. So shout out to both of these players. That was lots of fun to watch.
That was really nice. Now, at this point, as a resident commentator and Shieldstone Marai, I will mention the Matcherino, but I believe we're like either complete with the codes or very much there. What's the situation?
Oh,
Speak
damn.
to me, Chai.
Windwalker donated another $20, but we do have a few codes left. Only a few, but we are up to $70 in the match arena already. So for those, thank you so much for the donation. If you throw me your Discord ID, I'll be more than happy to get you the donator role in the server. With that said though, 2 codes left, so if you haven't already, just be sure, head over to the match arena, takes 2 clicks, and all of a sudden you can help donate to this bracket for pretty much entirely for free. If we do reach over $100, the payout will be shared among top 3 as opposed to just top 1. But at the moment, it looks like someone's going to be having a nice little payday. The only bigger one that we've done in our weekly so far was for Muscamalera in week 2, who took home about $80. So again, shout out so much to everyone for showing so much support in the match arenas. I know it means a lot to a lot of people, basically.
Yeah, and you've heard Chai, there are a few codes left, so some of you lucky ones may have the chance to press that button. And I know you want to press buttons, so just
yeah, exactly. That's what we're all here for, right? Press buttons and watch people pressing buttons. And what better incentive than a little bit of kickback to the players? Our next match is going to be SSF versus Earl of Ditches, though. SSF is probably one of my favorite players to watch at this point, I'll be honest.
Yeah, one of those super aggressive, but also sort of, intelligent chips.
Yeah, I was going to say, he's
mitigate
more reserved, I feel, than a lot of chips. I really enjoy watching him play because of that, specifically.
Yeah. They are more reserved, but that is until they are the advantage.
I mean, it's shit at the end of the day.
yeah, exactly. So yeah, very, very good the player. I can't wait to watch them. Who are they against again?
They are against a player named Earl of Ditches, who
I
I'm
don't
not
know them.
familiar with, but yeah. I don't know, it could be a pseudonym.
Yeah. one
wouldn't
of those
surprise me.
like one of those like Sino Peronga.
Yeah, exactly. The illustrious Sinero Poronga. Who is this guy? Yeah, whilst we wait for those two to hop into the lobby, I believe we already have SSF in here. Oh no, it's you. Who's over here then? Out of Ditches. Okay, so we're just waiting on SSF, who I know is very good at getting into these lobbies, so we shouldn't be waiting all that much longer. On our screen right now, you can see some previous results from ongoing tournament series that have been going on in, European Guilty Gear. On screen, you can currently see the Salt Mine League tournament, which I know Redis is in the chat, so huge shoutouts to him for running this series. Xeno has been very dominant over there, let's be honest, but we haven't actually seen him in HAB yet, which is surprising because he used to enter during Granblue days. So I'd love to see Xeno about, but other than that, we have some new faces on the block. We have Faisal Dante, Rictic Ninja, Chronicles doing very well in Strive of the Wild this week. And then we have Big Levo, of course. We're going to be having another Big Levo next Sunday, which is important for me to talk about because obviously that will be affecting our upcoming Hearts of Blazing event. I'm in talks right now with Kumar and the rest of the people who host that tournament, and I'm looking at making it essentially so that next week's Big Levo is a Hearts of Blazing affiliated event. So what that will mean is that the top 16 from that event will be will qualify for points, and it'll effectively just be a HAB event that is going to be running alongside the Levo event. So if you're interested in that, be sure to sign up whilst you still can, because unfortunately there is a clash, and as opposed to pushing through the clash and making the players suffer, I'd rather just collaborate with Big Levo and make it so that everyone can win, because it's a great tournament, and you guys should definitely look at attending if you haven't already.
Yeah, and in general, a shout out to anybody, doing tournaments in Europe. Even if it's not like an open tournament, there's always something to strive for and play for. Things like Wanted, the Naturals event, the C4's event with the quadrants. But into the game we go now, instantly in the corner. Oh, never mind. Speaking of corner, this is my second home, says Ram.
Ram versus Chip, a very iconic matchup, one that we've seen quite a few times in Hearts of Blazing and European Guilty Gear in general. But SSF is shown to be very, very proficient in this matchup.
Oh, misses the Gamma Blade, but no punish. Kind of hard for her to deal with it, right? Thinking of her buttons.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of characters can kind of struggle to deal with it, but Ramafel in general does not have the best ground-to-air game, so it can be a bit of a struggle for her. But with suffocating ground game and great air-to-ground game, there we go. Into the Spro, and that's all it takes.
Oh my god, gigantic balls shown there.
Nice
Okay.
conversion. Into the lead throw.
Yeah, so hard to deal with the pressure of this character because you think it doesn't have damage, it doesn't really do anything or get
You
anything.
get hit 30 times.
And then you get hit, and also you're blocking the next mix-up anyway. So
Beautiful stuff. This pressure is looking so strong at the moment. Yeah, going for the fast RC into the low. SSF tying up this first match in the set.
yeah, you might want to put some shoes because those toes are being opened up very frequently. Woo-hoo-hoo. Speaking of being opened up, the can opener normal 2H. Ooh, wrong sword! It works out for Ram right now. Wow. Perfecting SSF. This is my business card. You're all welcome. You didn't know me. Now you remember this name.
The thing
but let's
is-
see if...
Is that I'm pretty sure I've seen his name before. I know it for a fact, but it's not, recalling any memory. Like, I didn't know he was a Ram player. I know that I've seen that name somewhere before. It could have been from another game, but I love Ditches, proving to be pretty strong going into the first match.
So what you're saying is they could have been Among Us, and it's looking a little sus. Is
Yeah,
that
very,
it?
very sus. I mean, we can just say that right now. But again, if anyone's going to be able to get this imposter out of here, it is going to be SSF. He's reached top 8s and top 16s in many, many events across Europe, not just HAB. So, We'll see how the Chip can handle the Ramlafell. Obviously, in this matchup in general, Chip is going to have to keep momentum going pretty much the entire time. If he ever slips up like we saw earlier, one super into throw, took half of his HP. But at the same time, Ramlafell doesn't have the best Abare. Like, her close range buttons aren't the best, as she obviously is more of a mid-range specialist. Especially with her not being able to anti-air that well, you just saw the use of J2K from Chip. She can struggle a little bit when she's under the hammer, especially when, you know, his Chip building all of the meter.
Yeah, and on the reverse situation, we also forget that Chip does have a DP, which can help in situations of, you know,
100%.
extended block stun and so on. But right now, cut up like fresh cheese on, you know, a cheese board in the French Alps, going in. Ooh.
We've all seen the Ramlafell conversions at the end of the day, haven't we? On a regular character doing 50% burst proof, mid-screen to corner. And on Chip, those are doing around about 60-70%. So all it's going to take is 1 or 2 good hits from Earl of Ditches to send Chip into that corner. And then, especially once Ramlafell gets momentum going, she's very good at keeping offense going. Well, there we go. We see Chip in the corner. He has to find his way out of there, but he has a brilliant understanding of how to deal with S Sword. He's watched the SQ video, but it doesn't matter. Gets hit by this reversal super. All of a sudden, we're not looking in the best spot.
Taken back, snap back from the Shadow Realm into reality, but it's like, you know what? If you snap me back into reality, I will press buttons on you.
Using FD a lot, but that ends up pushing out Chip, which actually ends up helping Chip in the long run more than anything. As Chip's Wrecker is -6 on block, but spaced, it's safe. And I believe if you FD it, it goes to -8, and more often than not, you're making it more safe than punishable.
But, small detail, if you IB the second hit and you have a 6 frame, you can punish him, because Mike can do it.
Any range. But, you know, you still have to IB a delay cancelable, low rating Wrecker.
That is the problem. That is the task in itself.
Duel 1. Let's rock.
6p, don't touch my spikes. That button, I hate that button. The fact that he gets to poke and also snap you out of the air, it kind of irks me. There it is again.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that he can whiff cancel as well is something relatively unique to Chip. And it's pretty strong, I'm going to be honest.
Oh, wow. The stop sign again. Yeah, as to burn unless they want to play the delay,
Nice,
which
good
is not a
setup.
great idea with the DP on the board.
Oh, tried to bait the burst, I respect it, but at the same time, letting Chip out of that corner is the last thing you'd have wanted to do. I would have at least forced him to spend the burst. You know what I mean? It's like, spend the burst here or you die, because now you're dealing with Chip in the next round without burst as well. As a result of that burst bait attempt.
A little
Unfortunate.
note. Sorry, you go on.
No, okay. It's just unfortunate. That was the end of my point.
Yeah. I just want to say that the J2K, which gives a lot of people problems, if you keep dashing forward and dashing back, in many situations you can punch it. But you gotta be ready for it, and you gotta know which are the distances, because that thing gets some tracking on it. But right now, speaking of the button, Exhibit A into the corner with Carry.
Leditch is having issues getting things started. Burst is now available, and he's managed to find SSF back in the corner. Spends gold burst to get me back to that corner, but you're gonna have to make some very good use out of this meter. Again, SSF just finding his way out of that corner. Good throw. You're gonna get a conversion? That would have been sick. But yeah, in general, Chip having one of the fastest dashes in the game, wow, the fastest dash bar none in the game, means that whilst most characters can dash out of the corner a tiny bit against Ram, Chip finds his way all the way out against Sage Sword. And SSF, you know, showing great awareness of how to deal with Ram pressure in the corner. And is making that really, really hurt. Because the one thing in this matchup that you want to be doing is once you get the Chip to the corner, the Ram basically wants the Chip to die. That is his deathbed. But SSF is doing a phenomenal job at making his way out of there.
Shout out to Previous Pony with the raid. Thank you and welcome to the tournament. Welcome to the community. I think I've seen that avatar around, so maybe they're already endemic of the community. But regardless, thanks for the support. We are going into game 3, I want to say.
Yeah, it's game 3. Wow, no, actually it's game 4. It's 2-1 at the moment
4.
in favor of SSF.
Wow.
But yeah, this is the second stream match, and it is going to be match 4. And if SSF can close this one out, he will be moving on to winners round 3.
Yeah, very motivated right now. Reminding of the Marvel Virgil with the
the
swords
wall run
getting
combos.
around.
It's hard to hate on Chip when he does this, I'll be honest. Pretty sweet, but Eldritch is living on a prayer with a tiniest pixel of HP. BRC into the throw, goes with the OTG set up once more. And let's see, can he keep this going? Nice, second throw, close slash OTG. BRC Afro,
Slow
yeah.
down. Yeah, you want to make sure that that jump is as deep as possible.
Okay, interesting. JS hitting reverse, but getting clipped by the low. 2K2D into the leaf throw. All of a sudden, Chip has the offense and the corner. Straight into another leaf throw. There we go, jumping out of it, but yeah, it's something. Chip in general is a character that is nuanced enough that you do have to lab quite a bit how to deal with and punish him. You know, when you call out stuff like leaf throw, it's not as simple as just jumping up and punishing him. He recovers very. Whoa! Interesting combo. 214H past our 214H. 50% meter is available for SSF. I like that jump cancel, trying to bait out the YRC there.
Oh my
Is that dead? Doesn't end up jailing him. PRC gets spent, and 5k is going to close out this round, securing SSF the win, going forwards into winners round 3. That was really close, though. Shoutouts to other ditches. SSF is a premium player, and you held your own pretty well.
Yeah, very commendable for FSS to to stay passive with basically a guaranteed kill. Because they were only like, what, 2 hits, they were FDable, and there was a bar on one side and no burst on the other. So any block could have gone into Reka Reka, into another button into Reka Reka. And by that point, you can deplete the FD. The FD isn't, what's it called, safe proof from Chip, right? It just reduces it.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is as well, with such little HP on the other half, the composure on both ends, I feel like, was really good, especially in the last match. With that said, though, our next matchup is going to be Mystic Smash versus KOF Madness. And for those of you that aren't aware, Mystic Smash, you know, very highly seeded player. Is a really, really strong Axel in Europe. Has come from the Salt Mine League and the depths of Street Fighter V to join us in some anime gaming. I've been doing really, really well, though. I've been a long time, well, not a long time, since they've joined GGSD, Mystic supporter, so I've been enjoying watching them do very well.
Yeah, for sure. And I wanted to, I was about to, you know, shed light on the other player, and I was trying to be brilliant. It's like, I know them. They used to be in the KOF community. They're a KOF player. And then I realized that they call KOF Madness, so it's blatant. But,
yeah,
you know,
I mean,
yeah.
I was gonna bring you in on that one. I was like, you know, this guy.
But yeah, they're from North Africa. I don't remember if it's Morocco or Algeria, because we had a lot of players from Morocco and Algeria. But definitely good player in KOF. They did pretty good in the league that I run. I don't know who they play in this game, so I'm not sure. I know that they taken part in the 2B league that run at 2 p.m. today. But I haven't seen their match, so I don't know.
I mean, based on your knowledge of the KOF and Guilty Gear characters, who would you say would be a likely pick?
Trying to remember who they played in KOF, because it's been a while right now.
And not only that, you end up having to play 3 characters as well, so...
Yeah, so you kind of have sort of like different styles and different things. I don't know, I want to say Giovanna. I don't know.
Okay.
I just want to throw Giovanna out there, but it might not be.
I feel like that's a relatively safe bet in general for KOF players.
I mean, yeah, she looks like Vanessa, so
Yeah,
you're
exactly.
already familiar, right?
Right,
And
so
also
again...
she-
Oh, Karen? No?
I was saying, and also she has this like very fast ground movement that sort of takes you away from the pure quote unquote Guilty Gear movement. She's much more grounded, and she has to snap people out of the air rather than playing there predominantly.
Alright, so stream match did end up playing off stream. But I'm going to see if I can get us another one real quick. Alright, so I'm just going to try and see if Barry Bones and... I'm going to, wow, look at my stat, basically. Try and replace Mystic with Barry Bones. And to see if Barry Bones Mono are already in. If they are, you know, unfortunately this does happen sometimes, but after that, if we, you know, after whichever match we do end up finding, we will be having Yamini versus the winner of Kurokichi and Koji GGTP, two, you know, very classic Guilty Gear XR players.
Koji is on the RAM, right? Because I've seen,
Yeah,
I think
he's
I've
been
seen
playing
them on
RAM.
the E League earlier on. And Kurokichi is on the pot.
Yeah, of course, staying true, staying pure. I say that, but in XR he plays a slew of characters, but predominantly pot for sure. And Kurokichi has been placing phenomenally across multiple events at this point. In last week's HAB, he was very close to taking the first place spot, ending up being stopped in his tracks by Dedo Fisho, who was playing May. So, you know, obviously, my allegiances were tied there.
Yeah, I actually ended up losing against Kurokichi in ICFC, which is not something like I was expecting. Not because Kurokichi is not a good player, no, far from that. But it's because I've studied the the pot matchup quite a lot. So yeah, I'm still up for revenge on that case.
Alright, so it looks like Barry Bones and Mono are already in, so we're just going to be waiting for Kurokichi versus Koji GGTP to be finished, and then we'll head over to Yamini's match.
Okay. Yeah.
In the
Meanwhile,
meantime, let's take a look at the bracket, shall we?
Yeah, you can look at the bracket. You can look at the Matcherino. You also have a Matcherino for the end of the season, right?
Yeah, it should be attached on the Matcherino command, so I might as well put that one up real quick. Why not?
Yeah. How are the codes looking for that one?
Oh, they were expended ages ago, but use the new the new site basically. They have a lot of new rules in place, and they can't give away additional codes to be used,
Fair
unfortunately. But yeah, so if you take a look at the main HAB season finale, Matcherino, at the moment we're at $341, so you know,
Wow.
this is basically the incentive for the players participating in HAB, trying to compete to get invites to the season finale. This is going to be the reason why. The pot will be split between the top 3 players for this event. But yeah, if you guys are feeling generous or have some sponsor quests lying around that you're ready to cash in, this is a brilliant place to put it. There we go. It looks like we have used all of the codes for the weekly Matcherino as well. So shout outs to everyone who contributed to that. And whoever wins this tournament is in for, you know, a little bit of a payout, so that's pretty hype. Looking at who we have left, we have Maka versus Muscamalera just outside of winners top 16, so that is pretty interesting. One of those players is going to be going down into losers, and both of them are phenomenal. Maka being the Irish, now Leo player, who, again, just like Mystic, have been chilling since nearly day 1. And then we have Muscamalera, Soul player, 1 week 2, from Spain. Really, really strong. Obviously, we talked a little bit about Kurokichi and Koji earlier, but the winner of that is going to be facing off against Yamini. Yamini is playing Ramlafal, and they've placed very well in events such as ICFC and a couple of others. Just outside of top 8 last week in HAB, I believe. And top 16, yeah, it was a top 16 placement for sure. Outside of that, we have Barry Bones Mono. Barry Bones, a UK Axel player, came from the Smash community, but is making quite a splash so far. Doing very, very well with Axel in the event so far. And then we have Mono, who sent me out of Salty EU at one point. Really, really strong in the Goriyuki. I had no idea who he was, but it turns out he's a German player who plays predominantly anime games. And yeah, he didn't have that much of a presence, a social media presence, so that's why he completely flew under my radar, but he is not a player to be slept on. Very, very strong. The winner of that match is going to be playing against Gamma. Gamma is I don't actually know where he's from, but he plays, I believe, Nagoriyuki as well. Unless he's switched over to Pot, which he's been playing a bunch of different characters. And there we go, Mono, taking out Barry Bones live on stream. The most action we've seen.
Yeah, and speaking of Barry Bones, I've heard from Ritos that we are now all needing to call him King Barry Bones, because they won the first King of the Hill at the Soul Mine neighborhood. So yeah, it's always King Barry Bones. We cannot address him differently, apparently.
Well, congratulations to Barry Bones on that win. It is going to be Mono versus Gamma. Could be some Nago on Nago action. On the other hand, though, it could. I believe Gamma is currently playing Pot. Now that I'm, racking my brain, But Potemkin players and Nagoriyuki players both seem to be in agreement that this matchup is not that great for Potemkin, so it'd be interesting to see how that one ends up going down, as Gamma obviously having access to quite a few characters in his tool belt. A little bit further down, Chronicles did end up taking out Gumius in some Granblue Fantasy versus player action. Chronicles, phenomenal Ramlafell, placed top 3 in the first 2 events, I believe, of Hearts of Blazing. It's probably, in my opinion, aside from Xeno, who is inarguably a phenomenal Ram player, Chronicles is really up there as well.
Yeah,
really
it's Chronicles, it's Black Ace, is Xeno. Those are like probably the top 3 Ram I can remember. But you know, there's a lot of hungry player even under that top 3 that can definitely give you a run for your money. There's an Italian Ram that I haven't seen compete, but I played against them on PSN. Their name is like Sparda something, numbers 87 or something. And it was really, really good. So I wonder if they'll ever enter. But yeah, in general, the character is a threat. The players that are playing her are a threat. Europe should not be sleeping on Ram, that's for sure.
Oh no. I mean, at the end of the day, you see a lot of pretty conflicted stuff. I'm very much in the camp of Ramlafell still being a very strong character. Obviously, there are a lot of informed players from all over the globe saying that she is closer towards mid-tier in the context of the game. But, you know, I'm not quite convinced by that yet, but regardless of anyone's opinion, she's definitely more than capable at holding her own. I have invited both of these players into the bracket now, so we'll just quickly finish up looking at the remaining players, which is Chronicles is going to be facing off against the winner of Rictic Ninja and Silver NT. Again, 2 more Granblue players. Silver used to be a Sora's player, and then we have Rictic Ninja, who played a whole different, well, a whole load of different characters basically. But you know, we saw him earlier on the stream. He's playing Sol at the moment. Mystic Smash versus Mick, that should be a great match. And then obviously Mystic Smash being a Axel player that we unfortunately missed a second ago. This is why, you know, we haven't got the match on stream right now. We were going to watch Mystic versus KOF Madness. We might never figure out who KOF Madness plays at this point.
True. Remember to spectate.
Yep, I'm just waiting for both of the players to get in the lobby, but I might as well do it now. Why not?
Yeah.
And then let's finish this off real quick. We have Mystic Smash versus Mick. We were talking about Ramlafell a second ago. There is certainly no lack of them in this bracket right now, as Mick is another phenomenal Ramlafell player. He's placed very highly, especially early on. I'm not sure if he's been competing as much ever since. But then a little bit further down, we have Chester versus Lion and Arnby. And Leapfrog Focho, SSF, and Formidable Fury. It looks like we're going to have quite a few Potemkin players as we move on through this bracket.
Okay, gets a knockdown, suffers a little bit of health, but is already, you know, closer to the corner. He's gonna try and make up that range, which is the main problem against Ram. Doesn't go for the punish on the second Rekka, probably was expecting a third one. Okay.
Oh wow, back Mega Fist ends up setting up a situation that's burst safe. This is 50% of your HP gone, and almost 100% meter available for Kurokichi, but is he even gonna need it?
Can convert. GG.
GG's.
Round 2, that was
right
fun.
now.
Shake my hand.
Oh, beautiful stuff from Kurokichi. Obviously, both of these players doing pretty well in HAB in the past, but Kurokichi has been on an absolute roll. And it looks like he's very keen to keep this momentum going. Close slash +4, straight into the Pop Buster.
One bar build for Kurokichi. Yeah, that can happen as well. Oh, never mind, back throw. No fear.
Which is interesting as well, because obviously Pop Buster, if he did commit to that option, has throw involved. So that could have went very poorly for Yumini, but a nice cooldown results in him getting the wall broken with Oki.
Yeah, that's why I said no fear. Like, I don't like to do that option, because I know that I can lose and explode.
Wow. That was a cool setup, I like that. 8-shot 214K, Astasi.
Okay, still alive though. Never mind, 6B. Into the Rekkas. Yeah, it could have been made safe as well, because, you know, the bars are there, so no gaps allowed.
And obviously, if there's a character that likes finding those gaps, it's gonna be Potemkin. Potemkin players, I say this every week, but they find the weirdest spots that I would never have imagined would work to find that Pop Buster. I'm used to seeing them in Exile, you know, dash Pop Bustering literally everything. Unfortunately, not as strong in this game, but they, you know, they're still finding Pop Busters, so where I would say that they, at the very least, I wouldn't be expecting them.
Okay, uses the bar to keep the forward Mega Fist safe. trying to pray to the gods for the counter poke. Oh, that's a punish. Back thrown.
Who needs Pot Buster?
Oh man, like my region is famous for octopus fishing, and the way you kill an octopus is you take it from the water and you slam it onto a rock, and that is exactly the same animation. Every time I look at that back throw, I just want seafood.
I mean, I'll be honest, the way that we used to fish in general was so archaic. Obviously, before we had all these tools, a lot of the time that was just the method we had. Just, you know, whatever this is, throw it against a rock. GG's. But unfortunately, I don't think, well, fortunately, I guess, if you're a Yamini fan, I don't think Yamini's going to go down quite as easily as a piece of seafood. And,
Yeah, you heard.
This octopus has got fangs, that's for sure.
You heard it here at Arts Are Blazing. Hunter-gatherers used to say GG's. Ooh, cancels the Garuda, tries to go for a hug, but the hug had blades in it. Careful. Don't want to get caught.
Yamini's doing a phenomenal job with the super so far. 100% success rate. Ooh, the IBs. Kuriki showing that legacy skill.
Just to assert dominance.
And dominance he asserts. Beautiful stuff.
Instead of flex on them, is IB on them. And yeah, Yamini right now struggling a lot to assert the range. Like, Kurokic is playing so phenomenal that they are start looking like the character that has problems in mid-range. Which is not the case at all.
You know, throughout a lot of this stream, I've been getting desyncs on like wall brinks and stuff. Not desyncs, but like it's speeding up, I guess, to try and catch up. I wonder if that's because of full screen windowed, like a borderless button. I didn't have that in the past. I might have to look into that. But regardless, Kurikich continuing his dominating grasp on this set so far, taking Yamini down to match point.
Yeah, that was very, very dominant. I don't know if it's just a case of having incredible reads or labbing the matchup, or both, but it's looking like poetic. I'm sorry, Ram players. It's not that I don't like you, it's that I like Pot a lot.
I mean, honestly, on the other side of things, you know, I can be the Ram supporter. It's not that I like Strife Ram, it's that I don't like Strife Pot a lot. Let's go, Yamini. Getting a good start off. 2-4H doesn't end up coming out, and obviously it has 50% meter, so it can do something. Yeah, like Dauro, Radasi.
First is gone. Oh my god, that looked like a buffer for the Pot Buster.
Ooh, okay. H sword ends up flipping him. And an interesting fuzzy setup.
Yeah,
Love to
there's
see
always a high from there. There's always a high, as far as I know. If you see, you know, the elevation, you can react to the elevation, but you gotta know the setup. It's really, really hard. Ooh,
Wow,
to
trying to
pray for the
60
gods.
it, yeah. Gold Burst ends up coming out again, though. And Ramlafel with meter, terrifying character. Nice, using the PRC for the forward momentum. All the way into the corner, gonna have that positive bonus.
Oh my god!
Okay, what?
The fake
Pot Buster, PRC,
into
Pot
real
Buster. Look at that, and then I get a little desync. I'm gonna set us back to full screen after this one. 2D
Like,
Hammerfall.
Yeah, I like the 2D there because if they had gone for the splash, they were to assess the active ranges, and sometimes they can be deceitful.
Yeah, I've been noticing quite a bit, readers. I'll get that sorted out. Put us back. I'd rather have to deal with slight jitters when I'm tabbing in and out than making the match speed up during Spectator.
Tries to go for the Mega Fist, probably to try and set up something after on head. Doesn't work out, and here comes the conversion. Into the corner we're going. This is a summer house of Ram. This is always where she wants to be when she has some free time, when she's on vacation. Except even though you're going on holiday with her,
back
you're
throw.
not the one that is enjoying it, but never mind. Hugs.
Well, there we go. Kurikich taking the round and finishing up this set is going to be moving forwards into Winners Top 16. It's going to be the first player that we know about up there.
Taking the round and taking the summer house with it. It's like, okay, you're dead. I'm going to enjoy my time before I report you or report myself on murder. That was a really, really good set. Enjoyed it.
Alright, let's just go into my display settings, set us back to full screen. There we go. Hopefully that should take care of those issues, but let's go ahead and take another look at the bracket for who our next streamed match is going to be. Oh, Maka did end up winning against Muscamalera. And then down on the other side of the bracket, we have Ambi winning in the top 16. The only other match that we have confirmed is Mystic versus Lord Lion, so Axel versus Potemkin.
Maka representing for the house, right?
Oh,
Keeping
yeah,
flying the Hearts of Blazing flag high and proud.
He's old, he's like the old reliable, basically. It's like taking part in all the Smash.gg tournaments with the HAB tag. Which, again, if we do end up doing the Big Levo thing tomorrow, not tomorrow, next week, pardon, I will be asking that anyone who is coming from HAB to put that on as their prefix, you know? Get a little bit of good rep going.
Does that include the commentators? In case I get there?
Oh yeah, I mean, sure, why not? If you can.
Sure, I'll put it on. But yeah, I was saying I'll let you in on a little secret, a very well-kept one. Maka is streaming right now, so go and pop the like, go and pop the follow.
If you're looking for some Leo gameplay, that's definitely the place to be.
Definitely, so go and rep, since Maka is repping the community, you rep Maka.
Right, I'm just gonna upload this clip real quick. Then we'll be, because we're waiting basically for our next stream match. It shouldn't be too long.
I'm going to be extra efficient to even link the stream. There we go.
Let's go.
I told you I'm shields on my right. Gil is in vacation today. So just a reminder that Hearts of Blazing is happening every Sunday unless, they're leaving space to Big Levo, as far as I understood.
Yeah, every single Sunday.
Thing. But, so you have a regular competition to sign up for if you want to practice against those tournament nerves that the head honcho was talking about at the beginning. That is certainly something you get better at with time. It can still be a challenge, like anything else in fighting games, but practicing helps, believe me. I choked hard at my first major. Hard. Like
what tournament was that? That actually sounds like a pretty interesting story.
Yeah, well, I was playing USF4 at the time, right? And that was my main game, but I could not travel at all because I had a sort of low-paying job and some commitments and so on. So I could never travel. I could only go to ice spotting because it was like 1 hour of train from here, right? I didn't have to fly. I didn't have to book hotels and so on. So I was placed in a pool amongst the other against RMZ and Alioun. And I had close matches with both. Like, I think RMZ won with a little bit more margin. But I was doing really, really well against Alioun, and I dropped like 4 game-winning combos in a row. It was brutal. That's
not an ideal player to run into nice and early. That's for sure.
Well, to be honest, I was fine when I had to, play neutral and so on. But the moment that I had to convert, I was dropping. I was dropping so much. But yeah, it happens. I got better at it, So hey, that's the path for everyone.
Yeah, I mean, it does take a little bit of time. Obviously, the more you participate, the more it feels natural. Not just playing with tournament nerves, but also stream nerves is another big one. But there are lots of players who I know that have suffered with it in the past that are now doing very, very well. They can do it, you can too. I know that I certainly need to work on it, so the struggle we can all take part in together. But we're just waiting now for Ambi to get his opponent. It's going to be one of Leapfrog Pocho or SSF, 2 players who have been HAB staples at this point. Obviously, Leapfrog Pocho being a really, really strong Temkin player, and SSF, who we saw earlier. Repping the chip, being one of the more reserved and, I want to say, refined chips in general. Keeping things nice and tight.
Leapfrog is the homie.
Yeah, I mean, grapple players and being well-mannered,
Yeah. What happened
Classic.
to that? Because I used to play La Diva. I'm the exception that confirms the rule, right?
We'll go with that.
I'll take it.
With that said, though, we do have obviously the last character of Season 2 coming into Granblue now. They have announced that they are going to be adding a couple more characters, so there will be more content beyond that. I'm interested to see what they end up doing with that, but Strive has got its first DLC coming out in 2 days, at least the announcement of said DLC. Obviously, there's a lot of speculation on who it's going to end up being. We have a pretty good idea between leaks and, you know, playing through the story mode. But there's plenty of characters that I'm sure a lot of people would love to see in the game going forward. So let me know in the chat who you do like to see. Obviously, there are some good takes and bad takes, and I will be judging you for them, but...
Are there any indication of balance changes for GBVS? Not because it's badly balanced. I haven't played in a year, so I have no idea how the game is now. I was just curious if, you know, the sort of meta is shifting, or if there's any, like, big shakeups to what the game used to be, you know, 1 year ago after 2.1.
I mean, Bubs is being listed as, like, top 2 on most Japanese tier lists at the moment. It's like Palau Bubs. So, you know, there's that. Something's changed in the 6 months that I've been gone. But yeah, okay. I was being more and more convinced about Bubs being strong ahead of time. There are a bunch of different shakeups, essentially, as Granblue is a very heavily patched game. I believe because of the complaints that they were receiving, they want to be a little less heavy-handed with Strive, which is why they've shown some apprehension on even, you know, announcing essentially that there is going to be any balance changes with the upcoming patch for the upcoming DLC character in Strive. So, you know, it'll remain to be seen. I have my hopes. You know, I'm sure a lot of people at this point, I know with certainty, that a lot of people at this point are waiting for some sort of shake-up to happen. But as I say all of this, we have our next stream match lined up and ready to go. Leapfrog does end up sending SSF down into losers.
Oh wow. That's a big one. That's a big one. Cause like on paper, right, for Chip it looks like such a scary matchup, but you are also in a situation where it's so bloody fast, so bloody like evasive. It has so much good and airtight pressure with meter that you never know like how it's gonna go. Right?
Yeah, I mean, I would say it's a relatively even matchup. Chip gives Potemkin a really hard time. He doesn't have the best Abare. Obviously, having access to really high risk-reward stuff does make it a little bit of a headache to play. But realistically, Chip definitely has the tools to be able to handle Potemkin, not just in neutral, but even when he's playing from defense. So, I feel like, obviously, for both players, it's going to be a huge headache trying to play against the other one. But at least on the half of Chip, whilst it is 2 hits and you're dead, you do have the access to burst once or twice in a round. So, that can help out, at least a little bit.
Yeah. Speaking of that, what do you think of the whole, you know, discussion around format? Because with the Celtic Throwdown in October, which is not too far away, right, for Guilty Gear, if you were to call it, what would you call in terms of format? First to 2 rounds, first to 3 matches, first to 3 rounds, first to 2 matches. Like,
I mean, I think
where is the meta?
I think it's first to 2 rounds and first to 3 matches. I think there's a good chance that Arc Reaver's official rules will come out with first to 2 until top 8 or first to 2 until top 3, and then the meta will shift back to that. But at the moment, I feel like the players are pretty well established that they want things to be first to 3, no longer, no shorter. So we'll see basically how they end up feeling going forwards, but it wouldn't surprise me. It would really surprise me if we saw like the Arc Tour and, you know, the major tournament setting being set at anything aside from first to 3 the entire way through, or first to 2 until top 8 or top 3. I think anything aside from that, with, you know, first to 2 rounds, matches in a set, rounds in a set match, pardon. I'd be really surprised to see anything outside of that. I'll be 100% honest.
First to 2, in my personal opinion, like how I like it, I kind of don't like it because of the whole like V1 damage syndrome, if that makes sense. Like a lot of games, I'm not saying that it will be like this for Strive, but a lot of V1 versions of the games usually have a lot of damage on the board, right? And after that, sort of the damage scaling or the damage reduction sort of get sneaked in, if that makes sense. So in this game, playing first to 2 makes me feel some type of way. I'm not gonna lie. Whether I'm winning or losing, right? Even when I'm winning, like when I eat a dust with Mei, I don't think I deserve 70% of damage. I take it, but I don't think I'll deserve it. Does that make sense? So there are some situations where I think the longer sets kind of help in the competitive environment, but there would be more qualified people than me to decide that.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, at the end of the day, the reality of the situation is, with online tournaments, at least decently ran online tournaments, the focus is always going to be on the attendee first, and everything else afterwards. So that's why we're seeing more openness towards stuff like first to 3, and you know, some people going beyond that and going first to 4 even.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
also don't necessarily agree with that personally, and I'm more of a first to 3 fan, you know, the entire way through.
Yeah,
I
there's more
feel
games
like
to look at. It's
yeah,
like-
yeah, yeah. There are more games to look at, but obviously, it wouldn't surprise me if Arc System works with their big dick comes in, swinging the rule around, and making it first to 3 to the entire way around, and then obviously that would be the tournament standard for majors, especially because they're offline tournaments. There's more time restrictions for a lot of players, and more of a commitment. You know, they've travelled out to it, so it wouldn't surprise me if we end up seeing a return to first to 2 for that. But in the meantime, we have got first to 3, and we're gonna have a first to 3 match now with Leapfrog up against Armby, 2 phenomenal players, frequently making top 8s, with Armby being one of the most dominant players in the entirety of Europe.
I have to say though, speaking and playing a lot with Leapfrog, I have seen him. Oh my god, what a bait! And this is gonna hurt. Also, you're gonna get the positive. Yeah. Yeah, I've seen him work a lot on this mission, and generally also taking a little bit more of a careful approach in defense, because I think sometimes he sort of undervalues the value of YRC for PAW.
Yeah.
And you know what he can get for it, or 6Ps and things like that. So we talked, and I think he's doing like much better in that specific part. He's a phenomenal player. I don't have to, you know, teach him anything or anything like that. Oh my god, the focus into the other hug and another conversion.
That's a lot of damage.
We're hungry for it. We're hungry for it.
Obviously, he doesn't have 50%, so he can't do some of the more egregious round start stuff, but I'm sure with this HP lead, Leapfrog will be feeling, yeah, more than happy to play things slow. Gets that back throw, slams him onto the ground. Armby the Octopus, and Leapfrog taking a very convincing first match.
Wow. Wow. Lots of hugs though. Like, Ambi cannot claim to be an unloved child right now. The hugs keep on coming. The paternal love is there. We'll see what they do in round 2. But Ambi moving away from the platform. See, maybe there's a character switch. So, you know, it could be that. Huh?
Interesting.
You never know.
I haven't seen any alternative.
Oh
characters
no, I
before.
know what it is. I know what it is. I know the lore. This is the rumored, this is the confirmed change color buff, right? I think Ritus can confirm this. It happened in Soul Mine League. It worked for a while. There it is.
Okay, here we go. No more alt color. Armby's power is going to be unleashed.
Okay.
Oh, nice. Good side head.
Get the knockdown.
Into the Garuda pressure.
Oh my god, yeah, the confirm there.
Oh my lord, the damage. Cabra Garuda is such a strong tool.
Right now, slowing it down a little bit. Leapfrog
Look
knows
at that meter,
that.
though.
Ooh, wow, what a punish on the other side. The turnaround into
nice.
5k. Raise the leg for a Rambe. Here comes the wall break.
The ARM BTM conversions. My lord, that was very, very strong. But with this meter available, all you have to do is bait out the burst successfully. Armby, though, finds a very nice spot to use it. Now it's poking away with that 6S.
Ooh, thank God
Oh,
for
Mix,
that
yeah.
bar. Thank God for that bar on the revolver. Because like that would have been a straight punish, right? At the distance back there.
Oh, okay. Round start. Fast Slash gets the counter hit. He's going to take Leapfrog all the way to the corner. Empty low. Oh, whiffs the combo, though. Unusual. 50% meter available, though. Leapfrog going to be feeling the hurt. Gets the Jihitch. Oh, whiffs 6k. Unfortunate. I think that was probably a Garuda.
Okay, uses the frame advantage from the slide dead to keep on poking. Oh my god, the spacing on the Garuda! Oh my god, the
Ah, the cool out.
Okay,
Ends up getting the
backstage
hit.
voice.
Breaks the wall. Oh, again, just goes for the Garuda at round start, but this is going to end up costing you life, more than likely. Ah, no, not close enough to the wall.
Spot. Oh my god, that was so risky. Like, it worked out in Ambi's favor, but you've seen after the backdash,
Yeah.
if the hug comes, you're dead.
I mean, literally, just as easily, you could have very easily have eaten a pot buster there for sure.
So, very close situation, but we've seen some of the adjustments from Ambi for sure. The Fares are coming a little bit more, right, to control that mid-range. Some of the setups, like, you know, the empty lows to throw Leapfrog defense off. Some great punishes with 5k on the reverse situation against the... like going under the Mega Fist. Another ground call.
Oh, nice. Ends up baiting out the Garuda, the flick, pardon. But Leapfrog, you know, with his back to the corner, isn't going to be feeling all too comfortable at the moment. I'll be getting the counter hit after counter hit. Is going to break the wall here and has a ton of meter.
Yeah, Ambi is staggering their pressure very, very well right now. Yeah. Knocking at Leapfrog's door like they owe them money.
Oh my god.
Wow. Air revolver. Okay, let's see if the round call comes again. 2P, no fear.
Oh, okay. Bandit Bringer over the flick. Nice. Good staggers again. Burst being spent almost instantly from Leapfrog. Back to neutral again. Nice. Wow. Okay. Fast RC into the low. Kara Garuda.
Oh, okay, yeah. The burst there. Key burst there.
I mean, you're going to end up losing another 50% if you got hit by that Pop Buster. Which, speaking of...
Courtesy of Leapfrog. Oh, the Tyrant Raid.
Back to mid-screen.
Okay, don't touch me.
Giganta being sent. Oh, instantly getting blocked though. But doesn't end up mattering, you know. He scoops him. Back into the corner with you.
Okay.
Duel 3.
Too far
Nice.
for the too far for the Buster, but not too far for the big Nagel in the face. 6H. Oh, the conversion gets the
Nice.
knockdown. It's gonna get the corner carry with the Hammerfall break. Ooh, the water backdash.
Backdash, yeah.
You have to be careful
meter
though when they
available.
have meter, because if you do it with
Big
meter, they
whiff.
can convert.
That was a big drop. No burst is available. It's going to be coming up shortly, but with himself pinned to the wall. And a lot of meter in Ambi's favor. This is looking pretty suspicious.
Yeah, both of them
drift.
could gamble on a big gold burst, so at the moment they're being very cautious, as you can see.
Ooh, Ambi might have
meter
to
gone.
spending it here though. That's a lot of chip.
Okay.
Burst.
Check to burst.
Nice, great bait.
It's like I'm not gonna take any conversion. I'm just gonna wait and argue at the end. To
Such a hard
comfort you for
call
that
out.
mistake. Damn, the hardest of call out.
You have to commit really, really hard to that, but, you know, as a Potemkin player, we'll be more than happy to tell you, you have to fully commit.
The reward is always in your favor anyway. If you get it right, oh boy. Oh boy.
I mean, honestly, you know, we've all seen the clips of Potemkin getting TOD'd by Sol, though, so... Sol, one of the few characters in the game that could maybe give you a run for your money on the risk-reward spectrum.
Man.
Especially when you're as optimal as Ambi. Nice. Fast dash. Into the revolver. Takes it all the way to the corner, but again, the Potemkin players will always find a spot for Pot Buster.
Okay.
Nice. You've got to keep that pressure nice and tight against Potemkin. Again, they are going to be looking for any 5-frame gap to get that Pot Buster out.
Yeah, right
Keep it
now
nice and
the
tight.
pressure is so good that the back S's keep on coming.
Ooh, nice. Wow.
Oh my god.
Beautiful way to deal with that Mega Fist.
Duel 2. Let's rock.
Oh,
6H,
6H round
okay,
start.
instantly into the corner, instantly into the wall break. Oh my god, there is like, if there is one round start that you want, it could be this one.
Ooh, nice. Back this is out of the way the 6k. Gets the punish. All of a sudden, keeping that plus frames going. Tries to backdash away, but gets eaten another Fafnir. Nice, great backdash again from Ambi. He wants this round. Holding on to the burst. Not wanting to spend it just yet. Frog has a lot of resources on his hand, and it's only going to take 1 or 2 hits.
Oh my god, yes,
Yeah,
the
there we
burst
go. You
comes
have to
there.
take the guaranteed burst.
Okay.
Ooh, nice side head.
One knockdown. There's the time. No, the conversion
Oh,
is
damn. That's unfortunate. Now it's anyone's game again. BRC
not.
into the throw break.
the green saving Leapfrog. One more chance. One more chance. Never
Ah,
mind.
there it is. The 6S, very, very big hitbox, and Anbi tying it up 2-2.
Okay, Leapfrog right now suffering a little bit the, backcast pressure. Ambi is looking like a Jehovah's Witness right now, and Leapfrog is just looking like Sunday morning doors. Oh my god, that was so good.
Right, going into our final match. Let's see who can keep themselves in the winner's side going into top 8. This is going to be our first qualifying player into top 8, so, they're both going to be very hungry for it, and they've both been showing very, very strong performances so far, so it really is anyone's game.
Oh, the bringer over the slide edge. It's like you don't want to press the button, here comes the hug. Doesn't break. You have to break. 5k is a 3 frame. Wake up into damage, back throw. Fails the Mega Fist, but right now still in a great position.
That is a lot of damage.
Yeah, one more Chin Razor could do
Okay.
it.
I don't know what PRC. All of a sudden, this round is looking pretty suspect. Leapfrog keeps on getting clipped. Nah,
Ooh,
wow.
Burst!
Wasn't
Okay.
enough. And the wild throw. No OTG, but
Oh,
gets the
back
6S directly
dash on the-
after.
on the Fares.
Yeah, Leapfrog really found himself getting clipped by a lot of stray hits there, which ultimately ended up being his demise. Let's see if he can tighten it up here. Also, that 2k not killing was tragic. Give him the opportunity to burst.
Very good control right now from Leapfrog with the Fares, but here comes Zambi.
Regular throw. Nice, good
Throw.
back dash into the back throw. And the Garuda setup.
And there it is. There's a hug.
Pot buster, yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
taking it the full distance.
Duel 3.
Oh, round start
Wow.
fast dash again, getting that counter hit, second one. And this is adding up very quickly. Speaking of though, all the way into the corner, take these plus frames. It's being spent, but you've lost half of your HP for it. Nice,
Yeah,
holding out
it's not
the
looking
backhand.
good. Not dead yet, but ooh, okay,
Ooh, okay, big drop.
Yeah, rolls it out with the
Nice.
butt.
Get the butt in. One more touch is all it takes, but Pop
Okay, the
Buster.
box will be
Yeah.
on top. The box will be back. Okay, tries to
Ah,
call
tries
it
to
this
bait
time
it.
too. Here's the hardcore!
No way!
It's another one! It's another one! 2 by 2 Leapfrog! Oh my god!
Oh my lord, Leapfrog is going to be sending Armby down into losers and securing himself a spot in our top 8. Congratulations, and that was very hype.
Oh my god, I exploded. Ambi exploded. I exploded. All the viewers exploded. What was that? It was like, okay, this time they didn't fall for it. And then at the last second, the burst came and Leapfrog was ready. Leapfrog was prowling. Leapfrog was like, it's like Randy Orton getting ready for the RKO. Just waiting there. Just waiting. Just talking. Boom.
That was incredible. I really wasn't expecting that. I thought Ambi had that one in the bag. He had the momentum going, but you know how it be. It's Potemkin. One pot buster, one bait call out, one burst call out, pardon. All of a sudden, you're looking at a very, very different round.
Yeah, speaking of, by the way, the botbusters, right? This is something that I kind of want to say mostly to sort of newish players. In the situation where he does the Garuda, where it's like plus a ton, I think it's like plus 19 or something, and then you're forced into the 50-50. You can kind of use it as a sort of a fuzzy, of course, assuming your opponent is not delaying, because the potbuster starts at 6, the 2k starts at what, 10, I want to say. So you will have that jump before you go into the low block, right? However, it's very tight, but it's doable, and then the opponent has to adapt to that.
Let's see if the crowd favorite Potemkins can continue sending players down into losers with our next stream match, which is going to be Maka versus Kurokic.
Oh, this will also be super, super cool to watch. And I've heard from a lot of Leo players that they think that Potemkin is a good matchup for them. Can you share some light on that? Do you have the lore? Do you have the text?
I mean, I know for a fact that Maka believes the Leo matchup to be pretty unfavored for Leo. Again, well, Leo Potemkin being favored towards Potemkin, just as a direct result of there's one place that Leo really wants to be, and that's up in your grill. And there's one place that Potemkin really wants you to want to be, which is up in his grill. And with tools like Fireball being able to be flicked, you really don't have the full screen control that you usually have as Leo. So, and a lot of his pressure has gaps where you can find stuff like Pop Buster, so the Leo player has to be very, very careful. But with that said, you know, honestly, both of these characters can take their offense and run an absolute storm. So, with both of these players also being very, very strong, really wouldn't surprise me if either one of them took it.
I'm wondering if the clip that I'm about to open was it's the second call out of the SPD. Oh my god, sorry, I didn't have to put it on.
Yeah, I'm just getting it uploaded to Twitter as we speak, so apologies
Yes.
for the connection issues, you know, if you're watching on the stream. You know, unfortunately, whilst I live in the UK,
away.
I'm living in the middle of a forest, so literally the best internet that I can pay for with money is like 30 down, 8 up. And that's the best I can pay for.
Yeah.
Very tragic.
The cable of the internet of Chai is literally being wired through the antlers of the deers in the forest.
I mean, literally, tree roots, internet-wise, what's the difference, you know? But with that said, we are going to be having Maka, a player from Northern Ireland, originally from Poland. Obviously, throughout all the top 8, you'll see all sorts of different flags at this point. Some people claim for the UK, some people claim for the Irish FGC, some people claim for Poland, but ultimately, he is an Anji player who moved over to Leo. I know that he had plans to play Leo since the betas of the game, but obviously with Anji coming out, he was playing quite a lot of Anji in Plus R, and then we have Kurokic, who has been playing characters like Potemkin, Slayer, since Exard, and is a very, very strong Exard player. And has shown himself to be really, really formidable with the Potemkin in Strive as well so far.
Yeah. Thank you for the sub to Salt Mine League. Much appreciated the support for Benji and Arts Blazing. Also for Maka, the nationality discourse. Maka is like Jesus, it's for everyone.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, whoever wants to claim it. And soon we'll be seeing him with the US flag next to his name, honestly. I'm sure with Aka Rule, for those of you that aren't aware, there is a team tournament that's going to be going on, hosted by C4IQ, and Maka is going to be playing on the Leo team, alongside Aka Rule. I'm sure Aka Rule is going to be claiming him for the French nationality sometime soon.
Oh, tries to flick. Maybe trying to predict the fireball there.
Nice. Really solid pressure so far. Ends up blocking out, but no punish on the charge 5D. The RCs for that momentum. Back Mega Fist connects. Ooh, nice recognition, knowing that it's his turn, and then the backdash instantly coming out. If there's one thing that Maka is known for, it's these risky callouts. There's the wow, that actually ends up hitting. I thought during the BRC slowdown you would have had enough time to block it, but you must have committed to something. So obviously the counter hit came out.
If there is another thing that Maka is known, is the psychic burst baits. They
yeah.
come.
That's what I mean. When it comes to quirky, like, offensive callouts, Maka's your man, for sure. Oh, nice. A few whiffs coming out from Kurokic. Maka getting this offense going. Oh, drops the combo though, but let's call it a reset. Straight into the back down super.
We don't care if it's Irish, if it's Polish, if it's British, it's Maka's reset. Everyone can have it. Oh my god.
Kurokic with a health deficit, and whilst, you know, Maka was saying that you really want to get up against Kurokic, at the same time, Leo does have some great reach with stuff like the fast slash with the fireballs, and as we see it coming through, multi-hit fireballs against the character with armor are very good, even if they can flick them right back at you. Maka taking the first match.
Trying to stop the fireball with the chest ends up being quartered in 4 clean pieces. And now into the second match we go. Maka, really clean play.
Alright, so going into the next match, it's going to be Maka against Kurokic. Kurokic, you know, dropping us into the snowy stage, reminding him of Sweet Home Motherland Russia. And honestly, Jimmy, I'm not sure if you know anything about the Goatee Gear lore, but
very little.
Where is Potemkin supposed to be from? I know that it's a place that isn't, you know, actually based on reality, but I don't forget if it's supposed to be Russia or India.
I would say, I mean, the name sort of reminds you of Russia, right?
Yeah, I mean, Zeps From what I really can't tell. I remember it being one of the two, but I'm just trying to figure out just how fitting it is that we're on the snow stage with Kurikich's pot right now. But regardless, burst being spent by Kurikich already, a huge health, both lot damage being sustained by both players, but the use of 2D to go over the slide head from Maka there, using 6p, and that's gonna hurt. Is that dead? Yep.
One thing that I want to think about in that situation, when you see the HPB width, since you have a flash kick and you have a conversion from the flash kick, don't you just want to wait there with the charge under it rather than try to 6p it?
I feel like it can be pretty relatively situational, because what if he just doesn't fall with it, and then obviously, I don't know. Regardless, he ends up finding the 6p, and getting some success out of that round, obviously. Finding himself underneath the pot buster almost immediately after is not going to be ideal. And thank you to the stream monsters for confirming that Zep is indeed from, is supposed to be India. What it was. Oh, is that dead again? Just decided to gut exchange this time.
The 2K didn't kill. Never mind. Handshake. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, I mean, what do you mean that didn't kill? Let me slip this fast slash in real quick.
Potemkin's outfit and name is reminiscent of Russia, Germany, but the place is India. Okay, cool.
Ooh, well, keeping this one nice and interesting, Kurikich and Maka have chosen violence. Their character selection tells us all we need to know, but these matches have been pretty tight. Honestly, though, one of the favorite sets that I've watched in Strive so far to date, I'll probably clip it, fully, from last week's event, was Kurikich versus, I believe, Lodeline in a Potemkin mirror. I never knew that I wanted to watch Potemkin mirrors until I saw that set. It is so chaotic. So much violence.
Until you see this giant piece of meat get bastarded himself, and you're like, oh. Right now, slashing like they're dancing Macarena right now, left and right.
Ooh, nice. Goes for the shields up. A beautiful conversion. Wow, okay. Stance cancel into the dash 2K. Maka keeping this momentum going straight into the super. It's Potemkin, so yeah, it doesn't matter who you are. That back down super is going to do a lot of damage. 7 golden letters going in favor of Maka. He wasn't a fan of losing that last match, that's for sure.
Setting up meat is like the dance in the electric slide.
Yeah, I mean, something that I really think is insanely valuable in this game, we saw it with his Anji as well, is the use of OTG setups, and Maka has those for pretty much every knockdown. Flips on some extra damage and gives you Oki that you can pretty much guarantee. Nice, closing it out with the fast slash after the wall break. But yeah, the thing that I think is really interesting about OTG setups in general in this game is that it doesn't matter when you hit them with the OTG. Like obviously, after the OTG, they have the same amount of blocks done. So you can do stuff like delay OTG by walking forward slightly to get a better situation than if you just did the OTG straight away. And there's a lot of optimization basically to be done with OTG situations in this game. And obviously, all the different moves in the game having varying OTG scalings as well. It leads to some pretty interesting decision points on which OTGs you're going to be going for. Unless, of course, you're a character like Mei or Ram, who inexplicably have 0%. I believe 6H, Soul 6H as well as 0% OTG scaled move. Nice.
Open like a beer bottle.
Speaking of,
open
though,
a cold one with the boys.
This is gonna never mind. Burst being spent from both players. A very chaotic first round. Fast dash to go through the flick. Backdash coming out from Kurikich. He has the health lead, so he'll more than likely want to be slowing this down as much as he can right now. No punish on the forward Mega Fist. Maka getting the pressure going.
Nice blocks on
Nice.
the
His
D.
backdash is playing so patiently. This is not what I'm used to seeing. Really interesting sequence so far. Backdash is out of the way of the close dash. All of a sudden, he has the pressure going. Overhead blocked. Well, he exits the pressure anyway with the stance cancel. That should be dead. Maka,
Pillar
set
of
point.
light.
Duel 2.
Oh, well, here we go. Getting the JH right at the round starts. This is a very strong start for Kurikich. But Maka finding these fast dashes into the Berserker slash, trying to get that offense going. Second JH in a row, though. That's going to be yet more damage with the PRC conversion into the Oki. Jumps out of the corner.
Yeah, I think Kurikich might want to try some of those delayed 2K TVs because Maka has been jumping a lot out of busters.
Maka has burst available, but obviously this is Potemkin, so one hit is going to be enough to kill. Can he make this conversion count?
Not going to be enough. Well,
Zero
no
here,
burst
no
available for
advantage, but never
Kurikich.
mind.
Yeah, never mind.
Sliding knee. Oh my god.
Go straight for
And
that
like-
knee, and Maka going to be moving forwards. And whilst we were talking a little bit earlier about how the Leo versus Potemkin matchup ends up being, I know that Maka's perceived strength of Leo in this matchup is that Potemkin has the advantage. So he has been labbing that matchup non-stop. It was literally yesterday that he was labbing against Megafist, basically, like an OS to beat Megafist as a defensive option from Potemkin. So showing up and showing that he's come correct, taking Kurikich down into losers and is our second confirmed player in top 8.
Yeah, very good show for Maka, transitioning very strongly from the early days of Angie into the Leo now. Definitely a threat to be looking for when you're scrolling through the bracket. I'm like, oh my god, I'm round 1 against Maka. What am I gonna do? I feel you. I've been there.
What is this loser side of the bracket? Gamma, Rictic Ninja, Anbi, Lorelion, Yamini, Moscamalera, Mono, Zando, Mick, Jester, Barry Bones, Kurikich. There are a lot of very, very solid names waiting down in the loser side of the bracket for their matches, and obviously we're going to be going up to our winner's side of top 8, which has now been confirmed in entirety. It's going to be Mystic Smash versus Leapfrog Pocho, and Maka FGC versus Chronicles.
Since you mentioned Jester, right? I want to ask Stream Puff, where are they? Because Jester is the only Milia I am seeing in tournaments. Unless I'm watching, the wrong ones. I want to see some Stream Puff. We're all fans of the Puff, right?
Yeah, I mean, we're all fans of the Puff. How can you not be? He's a lovely fella. I'm not sure if he's busy or preoccupied with work, or if Strive isn't hitting quite as much as you would have hoped for it, for it to do so. But regardless, we're not seeing him in tournaments all that much. But there are other Milia players that I'm aware of, but Jester for sure is up there as one of the most worthwhile to mention, because he has been taking some very strong placements in multiple tournaments. It was just was it yesterday, or was it no, it was 2 days ago that he took
Ultimate
top
League.
3 in
Top 3.
yeah, top 3 in not just SML but also Strive Speak. So it was HAB last week as well that he was in top 8. So he's definitely been doing a phenomenal job. Let's see if he can keep that momentum going. Up against Maka though, so that's going to be not the easiest time.
Yeah, I love playing against Jester, because Jester cannot be conditioned to slow down in the best of sense of it, right? It keeps a player like me, who's lame as fuck, to really snap think and snap react. That is something that I struggle with. So despite being challenging for me, I love being there, because it's not something that a lot of people can force me to do. So I love playing Jester. I can't wait to have a long set against them soon, because I've only met them in bracket, right? We didn't have a first to 10 and so on.
Yeah, I mean, Jester has been, especially in the last couple of weeks, obviously, it's still early days, so it's hard to say, that it hasn't been around in the early days of Strive, but the really infantile, first few weeks, we weren't seeing a lot from Jester, but recently he's been all over the shop, making many occurrences in top 8ers all over the shop. But with that said, on the other side, we do have Mystic Smash, who, if there is going to be some formative... no, it's going to be Maka, pardon. And again, if there is going to be some sort of, formative side of things, we've got players like Mystic, Maka, all of these phenomenal players who have been here around since day 1 that he's going to have to get through. So, Jester's definitely got a point to prove. I ended up accidentally hopping onto the cab, the classic. Because why is the book in the middle of the 2 cabs? It's beyond me. But yeah, Jester doing a really good showing with his Emilia, but did take out SSF as his showing in last week's HAB. So I'm a Jester fan. He's a UK player as well, so you know where my loyalties lie.
This is a match that I haven't seen a lot, despite me watching and commentating and playing a lot of Guilty Gear. Yeah. So it's not something that I am familiar with.
I've seen a lot of this matchup, and it's a lot of, obviously when either one of them gets their game plan going against the other, it's going to look incredibly oppressive. But in reality, even I've got to feel bad for the Potemkin players on this one. This matchup can be pretty brutal for Potemkin. But obviously all it takes is about 3 solid guesses on the half of the Potemkin player, you know. Get a Pop Buster, bait the burst, that can be a very dead Axel, but against Mystic Smash you're going to have a hard time finding that opening as we get into the first match of the set. Instantly finds that opening, Leapfrog has come correct.
I'm contemplating, shut up Benji, but okay, third it in a row, and right now you're in a corner against Bob. You're trying to push him back, you need that way out of the corner, but Leapfrog working a lot on the patience right now. Working. React to that, please.
No, there we go. Lives put into. Wow, doesn't end up mattering. Gets put right down to 10%. Gets hit with the 2K. That's the round. Leapfrog showing the Potemkin players how to deal with this matchup. Very, very handily.
I wonder if Amberfall reaches enough on block, because that is like what, minus 25, I think the I1.
It's interesting. It could be.
It's like I can do it with a Dolphin in some situation.
Obviously, with Potemkin not having the well, not having the best, being locked out of a lot of movement options as compared to the rest of the cast, he does have trouble punishing stuff like that outside of using
Oh my god.
that super gets blocked. Like I was saying a second ago, yeah, there we go, baits the burst as well. I was talking about it a moment ago. All it takes is a Pop Buster into a correct read and you are dead. Leapfrog taking the first match against Mystic.
Today Leapfrog is looking blessed as fuck. It's a situation where you're like, oh my god, it's in everyone's mind and he's not paying rent whatsoever.
I mean, I'll be honest,
Just like-
it's like every week where Leapfrog starts to say that he's, you know, not really feeling Strive anymore, you know, wants to go back to Xrd. I swear those are the weeks that he pulls out the best performances in HAB. And it's looking, you know, very, very strong so far, taking the first match away from Mystic. But you know how it be. It's first to 3. There's more than enough time for Mystic to bring this set back.
Yeah, the moment that your read is wrong, he can put you in pretty bad positions. So you gotta be on your toes every single time. But okay, the first round call was it Knuckle. Would Annie be there? Okay, try to go for the 6B. Yeah, and right now Mystic in the best position since the start of this set.
Alright, it's great screen control so far coming out from Mystic. Again, now we're seeing the opposite side of the spectrum. Why this matchup can be difficult to deal with as the Potemkin.
For sure. Tries to pray, but there's no guts to be answering the call right now. You are being zoned.
Nice. Mystic's doing such a phenomenal job right now, understanding that he doesn't have to be too proactive. He can play purely reactively, but at the same time, again, all it takes is Leapfrog getting that little burst of proactivity to make that round look a little scarier for Mystic, so an almost perfect execution coming out still resulted in him losing it out of HP, so let's see if Mystic can keep this nice and tight.
Yeah, I think he's missing.
Nice flip, finally getting a call. That's the thing though, we've been seeing Leapfrog, obviously in this matchup in general, as the Potemkin, you have to be active on defense, right? You have to take offensive spots, trying to go for 6Bs and flicks. Otherwise you're just going to get kept full screen for the entire round. But Mystic again doing a phenomenal job, using the One Vision, the Mystic special, waiting for that opening. Ah, there we go. Leapfrog waiting it out nice and patiently. This burst is, you know, available, but it isn't going to do him all that much good. As Mystic ties the match up back to 1-1.
You cannot land the gold if you're not in the range of the hold. So you gotta find your way in to get the big bank account switch, the big deposit. But okay, 1-1 the situation now, and they both, you know, have shown that they can take control of the game. I think, however, it is slightly harder for Leapfrog because a lot of them have to be hard reads, which, you know, can go any way. But for Mystic, if they keep the control as they're keeping now, it's looking really tough for Leapfrog.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it's not an easy matchup on either side. I feel like there's a lot of fatigue. Like, obviously, for Potemkin, it comes from having to play very, you know, pretty much having to spend your entire life bar just to get in. But for the Axel, it's there's a lot of stress just placed on knowing that if he does get in, you're going to be in for a whole world of hurt. So you got to do your very best to keep him out.
Oh wow!
okay,
the
wow.
drop kick here on the other side. Shout out to Earth Boxes and Hitboxes.
Nice, beating out the flick successfully again. Mystic doing a phenomenal job this round as well. Oh, gets the side head though. I never like it. Instantly spending the burst. A little bit risky though, taking it in a not very guaranteed situation. You had the HP to mess around with, so
Oh,
risky for my
broke
liking.
early. Yes, it's looking really hard. I wonder on the early break if HBB could have been an option at some angles.
Ooh, okay, backdash is out of the way, the pop buster. The frog being put at his wit's end at this point. Nice, finding a little bit of distance, but instantly being hit by the other 2H all the way back to the corner.
Okay,
Oh,
finds
nice,
a
gets the side
knockdown, the
head.
first one of
No burst
this
available
game.
this time. Oh, nice YRC.
Okay.
Good flick as well, though. Frog a little bit farther away than he'd like to be. Oh, nice trade
Ouch,
confirm
that's
as
gonna
well.
kill.
Beautiful.
Juggling across the screen like 3 other juggling balls cascaded onto the sickles, and Mystic Smash takes 2-1, and now last chance for Leapfrog. Try and survive this assault from the extended range of the sickles, trying to find his way in.
Death by 1,000 cuts, but when each and every cut sets you back, all the way back into the corner, it can definitely be frustrating for this Potemkin to try and make odds of this matchup. But Mystic, you know, we can't take away from the fact that he is doing very well. Just as a result of the first round, the first couple of rounds would have been enough to break a lot of players' mentals, basically. They would have just been opened up like Pringles, but Mystic, keeping himself nice and composed, is going to get this OTG set up.
Oh,
Nice, straight into the 50-50. You have to guess.
okay, back throw
this is
into the
bad.
corner. What?
What?
What
Meaty
is that?
2K ends up completely whiffing, it was too early. And he just woke up, recovered with Yassi. Nice, trying to bait out the burst was not successful, but all of a sudden you can't find a burst spot against Axel. With the wall being broken, it is now set point.
Let's go for a 6 stage, doesn't find anybody home. Into the corner, you're carried. Lariato. Wow. Looking like a minefield here.
I mean, you're literally watching two of the best representatives for characters in Europe. Going, you know, full out at the start of top 8. You can't ask for much better than this. Leapfrog getting hit again. No burst spot available. Gonna be seeing the PRC conversion. Very cool.
So stylish.
One more hit though. Leapfrog living on a prayer. I see some 6B in the chat.
2H.
But yeah, instantly getting clipped out by the 2H. And Mystic is going to be our first player progressing through the top 8.
Clipped and tripped on the 2H. Valiant effort for Leapfrog, but beautiful, beautiful play. So precise, so methodic, so smart. Even the few times that Leapfrog managed to get in, you know, they used the meter defensively. Mystic used the meter defensively to either throw off some timings or get this YRC and then find their way out. Very, very smart use of all of the options that they have at their disposal.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I feel there were a couple of burst spots which were a little bit unadvisable because Mystic had a lot of HP to play with, so you can basically wait until you have a guaranteed burst spot after getting hit. But at the same time, doing a phenomenal job at keeping at least 50% meter at all times on deck, ready for that YRC. I definitely do like to see that. Resource management in this game is very important, and thank you so much, Mick, for the host. Hope you had a good run.
Shout out to Mick. I have a question, very important. Can you duck the ball?
Can you duck what button?
Can you duck the ball in the lobby? 3, 2,
Oh, I mean-
1.
I'm already on the cab, so I couldn't even do it, but let's have a look, why don't we?
Oh no!
Hitbox,
You cannot low
hurtbox.
profile the ball.
Scuffed.
The ball is broken.
Alright, we're going to have Maka versus Chronicles as our next match, though. Obviously, it's going to be Leo versus Ramnafal. Two very strong characters, very capable. And with Mick in the chat, I'm actually pretty interested in what your opinion is on the Leo versus Ram matchup. Didn't ask for much better insight than from you. And yeah, the Axel gang in Europe is very strong. Unfortunate to see you falling to him. Was it Barry Bones? I know was already in losers, so was he the one that ended up taking you out?
I haven't played much Leo yet. Yeah, there is a problem, to be honest. Like, the game has been out for a while, but for whatever reason, whether it's, schedules and things like that, availability, platforms, it can be quite hard to find, that time for the long sets that will teach you the matchup, the time to lab, and so on. Personally, I have zero experience against Eno. Zero. Like, I've only fought Necron Neo in bracket, and that's it. That's me.
I mean, yeah, I feel like Eno is probably one of the least represented characters in Europe outside of maybe Zato and Faust, who, typically, not typically with Faust, but Zato, traditionally a very low representation character. But with Faust, obviously, a lot of people have questions about his viability. I think the character is a little bit better than even myself. I'm not giving him as much credit as I should be. I've been seeing quite a lot of good things, mainly coming out of a couple of JP players. And obviously, NA. Whilst they like to say that Faust isn't very strong, there are a lot of them currently representing the character. So we are getting a lot of exposure outside of Europe for that character. But I'm interested to see who ends up bringing Faust to the top 8ers, I want to see it. I want to see it. It's like chief among what I'm looking for.
There was a recent one in North America, right? A top 3, one of the tournaments. I don't remember which one, for the Faust.
Okay, well, round start, we are going to be seeing a nice 6v beating out the JH from Rafael. Going to get the OTG set up into the overhead. Tried to beat the burst, but it doesn't end up succeeding and finds himself in the corner now against Ram. Worst case scenario. And I say that, but...
You don't want to be there. Oh,
nice,
okay.
good DP.
Finds the flash kick out. Don't call it DP or C4 will be on your case.
It's alright. C4's got plenty of reasons to have beef with me, I'll just add to the list.
Fair enough, I didn't know the lore, but yeah, ooh, the ballsy run in. And the ballsy super wake up. It's like, okay, I do to you what you try to do to me.
So much meter available for Chronicles, though. See if he can find a way to spend it. Gets the YRC, the air confirm as well.
More sword on the plate, though. Gotta bait that burst.
Valiant attempt. Burst still available for Maka. Let's see if he... wow, doesn't even end up needing it.
Yeah,
Holding JH into 2k.
I'm liking Hio's ways to try and bait the flash kick, but Maka is not biting. Doesn't matter the color, the size, the species of the bait. Maka at the moment doesn't beat.
I mean, you know that everyone has the chart of what kind of a player they are. Maka is a heart 200% player. He goes 100% with his heart. Sometimes he'll do 50 DPs in a row, even after having them baited for 40 of those times. And other times it'll be like nearly impossible to force a bit of burst out of him. That variance, exactly.
Is listening.
That variance and unpredictability is what is, historically given a lot of players trouble against him. And he tends to play characters that pretty heavily play into that, whether it's the likes of Anji, who's very RPS heavy, both in neutral and in his pressure, or going towards Leo now with back-turned RPS and mix-ups, and he also has the shield and the DP. He obviously has a lot of kind of edge case defensive situations and spots to take offensive defensive callouts. That I already feel like a hallmark of Maka at this point, which is surprising because he played a lot of Johnny. He was a really strong Johnny player in XR, who doesn't have much of the tools that I'm mentioning here. It's basically just a suffocating offense, but here we go. OTG setup ends up. Yeah, there we go. Like I was saying, that's Maka all over. Shields up, goes, parries that Ram super, breaks the wall. You love to see it. That was the most Maka thing you could have asked to see.
Okay, double jump over the shield. Yeah, doesn't challenge the drop kick. Always a threat for the flash kick. Being -3 on block.
That's not available for Chronicles. Gonna get the OTG. Oh, never mind. Skips the OTG setup. Gets the guard break. Makes the plus frames and ends it out with back turn slash.
Yeah, I really recommend people to YRC against the back turn. Try to YRC and get him out of there, especially if you're cornered. It's hell in there. It doesn't feel good.
Oh, wow. Tick straight into the command pro. He needs it. And straight into it again. Gonna get the OTG set up. What's the mix? Oh, never mind. He's gonna OTG with super. Is that kill?
Ooh,
no!
Okay,
Okay,
one more life chance. Never mind.
Closing it out was Fireball. H-Boom is more than enough to close out this round, and Maka up 2-0 in probably the fastest set we've seen all day.
You were talking about Maka, doing things, and you cannot stop him being a hard player. I remember when we were playing in bracket, he did the 5 drop kicks on me, whiffed 4 of them. I punished 4 of them. He did the 5th, and I was live. I was like, Maka, stop, please.
I honestly this man's fearless. He doesn't give a shit who you are. He'll let it rip, and then sometimes it'll just be surprisingly defensive. And honestly, the new favorite tool for Maka, as he's moved over towards Leo, is 2D. You get so much mileage out of this button, it's unreal. You're -5 and you're airborne. Obviously, because of spacing, it's very hard to get a real punish unless you manage to IB it. But the amount of times that I see him getting away with like 2D DP is, it's up there. Nice, getting the back turn stance cancel into the cross up, resets into the command throw. We're gonna see the same situation as before. Yeah, goes the back turn super. This one should kill. Set point.
Duel 2. Let's rock.
Nice. Wow, swords up.
Every time he supers, I think that the hitbox is gonna come out of my screen.
More than half the
Just
HP
invade
gone
my
already.
living room.
Players were talking about earlier, the lack of Leo matchup experience, and it looks like this could be biting Chronicles right now. Ram players all over Europe can't get the Leo matchup. I've been stealing Maka over the past couple of weeks for Escape from Tarkov as well, so he hasn't been playing all that much Strive. But it's official, as of yesterday, he's quit Tarkov, he's leaving me. He's committing himself back to Strive, and it is showing, 1 day's worth of solid practice, and he's looking formidable.
Yeah, I'll stay on the game, but never mind. Game is over. I was wanting to say, if you're looking for some Leo practice, aside from C4, who doesn't play in tournament, but is more than willing to play sets, you'll have players like Minimeans, Ixie, I don't remember the name of the Spanish Leo, very, very good. I want to say something like Kubla or Kurla. Something like that. So there are some Leos that are definitely competent, right? But sometimes you gotta hunt for the competition.
Yeah, for sure. We are a little bit away from the losers side of top 8, so I am going to make sure that Lordaline knows that we're going to stream a losers top 12 game. But yeah, really, really solid performance so far from Maka. He's looking pretty untouchable going into the winners finals, which are now confirmed to be Mystic Smash and Maka in our top 3.
Cool. Wow. This is moving really fast.
Yeah, obviously, losers side, we have to do a little bit of catching up down there. But aside from that, yeah, we're on very good pacing right now.
And I'm imagining that there is your beautiful team in the background doing God's work, right?
Yeah, I mean, we have a little bit less than average today, but everyone's been doing a phenomenal job at keeping things going. So shout outs to all of my tournament administrators. I do have Necron in the chat right now, being my clip slave, getting me all the clips so I can upload them to Twitter, try and document the goings-ons at HAB. Again, obviously, it's a job that I had to convince someone to do this week, but I'm hoping he's having a good time with it, as we're getting to watch some very good Strive at the moment.
See, with that, to any tournament organizer, I want to share a little bit of a trick or insight. If you have a person that does that, create an hashtag. So then, at the end of the tournament, you have it just there, and you can find the tool to just download all the videos and make an highlight, right? Saves a lot of editing timing, saves a lot of cutting time, if you're willing to go the extra mile for the for the highlight clip. A lot of people could be getting into your tournament like that, right? So any TOs in the chat, these are free tips.
Yeah, I mean, I've got the HAB hashtag going on Twitter right now. There we go. That's the clip I was looking for. Thank you, Necron. You had it. The shields up against Ram Super. You love to see it. That was a
Shields up for a Rambe.
Wow. Don't know if we need any more Leo and Gorilla affiliated jokes going on. Poor man. Maka, obviously, he comes from XR playing Johnny, so he's more than used to getting flamed for his character voice, but you know, he's even said that the amount of hate that he gets in Celestial for playing his Leo at the moment is it's pretty up there.
To be fair, right? I used to kind of like dislike how the character played until I realized that maybe 2 players in Europe play neutral with him. Everyone else, if I can beat them in neutral, I can usually win the match. And every time I lose neutral, I just have to block for a bit. find the YRC, get my turn back, and it's GG's from there. But that character is such a huge neutral potential. Is that people are so sort of enticed by, you know, the wheel of mix-up that keeps on going and keeps on giving. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe later on in the game life, we'll see that character slow down a bit and control neutral a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, maybe. At the end of the day, I feel like the character, with access to stuff like booms, the swords up stance is a high, not like auto parry, but it's like a high guard. It's a bit of a weird one. And then having access to stuff like fast slash, and characters with dual swords in this game have multiple delay cancelable gattlings from their fast slash, like Leo can do fast slash, heavy slash, and also having access to the 2S gatling from 5H, which a lot of characters don't have. Definitely opens them up to some pretty solid lane play. Obviously, there are certain characters and the game systems in general really want you to get in on the opponent. Like, full screen play isn't as existent as previous titles. But if there's going to be a character that's pretty comfortable on all positions of the screen, Leo's definitely going to be up there.
Yeah, for sure. And if I remember right, you were mentioning the shield. Isn't that something like crazy, like 1 to 18 active with 1 frame startup or something like that?
If you're on about the
shield,
like the
parry.
yeah, then it's definitely a fast one, and historically it's, you know, been very low duration to basically enable Leo to be able to use it and then RPS if he does it again, or if he, you know, gets caught up with a throw. And it's pretty interesting, but in this game he also has the swords up stance as well, which loses to lows, but is an interesting, like, anti-jump-in tool that he has access to. I think Leo has a bunch of really interesting tools, basically, and as players like C4, Akerol, and Maka delve deeper, we're getting a little bit of insight to just what the character can do.
I have looked at sort of these situations and the frame data, because against my... He does the, you know, the Pillar of Light thing. I don't remember the name, but that is on block, if I remember right, something like -8, and Mai has like nothing that sort of covers that range that starts in 8. So I just look there while not taking my punish, and then he goes into a shield, and then he goes into another one, and I'm like, why am I playing this game? Why am I doing this to myself? Okay, so spectate.
Yeah, just making sure the players got the memo that their match is to be streamed. It looks like they have, as we are getting the players in here. Lord Lion, another, I was talking about it earlier, but another Russian Potemkin player. There seems to be a lot of grapplers in Russia. I don't know if that's a cultural thing, but regardless, Potemkin's got a lot of representation over there. Facing up against Moscamalera, who did win week 2. I believe they ran into each other in week 2 as well, so let's get the run back.
I mean, the first historic representation of Russia in a fighting game with Street Fighter 2 is Zangief. So, you know,
enough.
you give them reasons.
Some loyalty was brought there, for sure.
So we've seen this match with Ambi against Leapfrog. We'll see how it goes between Lotte and Mascamolera. But right now, it's looking a little bit like round 1 for Leapfrog. But, ooh, back ass and the bait on the burst. Carrying, Gunflame.
What a conversion, all the way to the wall. Doesn't end up breaking it either, so keeps the wall. Oki burst is not available. Feints the Gunflame and keeps this pressure going into the throw. No OTG setup, but trying to beat the burst, it seemed like, or maybe a reversal Giganta, which does end up being spent by Lord Lion now. Moscamalera spending his burst, wanted to keep this offense on the go, ending out the round with 5k.
I am thinking that, like, grappler players for... you know, for players that are committed to hard reads, don't really like the YRC. Oh my god, another potbuster. Jumps the impact.
Jumps out of the way of the Garuda, but yeah, instantly getting air thrown back into the mix-up. That is very dead. Not a line. Tying it back up.
I don't know if you ever seen a video of a bottle of beer being opened by, you know, punching the top. That's sort of what it reminds me of.
Oh, Snake Belmont in the chat. Very strong, mainly PS4 Axel player. Won a lot of ICFCs, is currently number 1 seeded over there. Okay. Nice, good slide head.
Slide head. Oh, nice control now.
Spent.
Yeah.
Oh, never mind, it gets hit by it. Misses the conversion, the 6H a little bit too early. YRC being spent, we're back to mid-screen.
And that
Trying
is
to bait
not
out
an
the
option
burst.
that you see eating a lot. It's usually a space control tool. So when it does hit, maybe it's kind of hard to remember the float. So maybe that could be why, right? It's not something that you get to practice a lot. That is the same for me for May. If you do something like Dolphin into up RRC, where you pop them up, sometimes you tend to anticipate the closest loop. And sometimes I just whiff it. So I feel you, Lotte.
I mean, honestly, both these players, though, have been historically very strong, but that's the thing about the top 8 in this event so far. If you look down into the loser side as early on as losers round 3, there were so many big names fighting up against each other that at some point, some solid players are going to have to be sent out of this bracket, and right now, we are going to have some top player violence going on for sure. Muscamelera versus Lord Lion. Beautiful burst bait coming out. That was, moreover, just not the best burst. Obviously, in this game, with burst popping you up as high as it does, and the nature of the air recovery in this game, you're basically locked in block stun until you hit the floor. There is no air recovery, so bursting that high up is literally, like, more often than not just spelling disaster for yourself.
Yeah, unless you are reading some sort of like conversion up there, it's very hard to get a burst to hit. But damn!
So
oh my
much
God.
damage. No burst available.
Muscamelera knocking on Lotte like, you know, they're
50% meter as well.
selling bills.
Wow.
Bam!
6P getting the perfect, closing out the round and securing himself 2-0 in this set very, very quickly.
Wow. Wow. Yeah, that looks really, really dominant. Lotte struggling with the pressure, but that is why I was like, you know, highlighting the fact that the YRC is not used that much for Potenkins. It can give you some breathing room. And, you know, like, I know that you kind of want to keep it for conversions, but you got to get there first. Sometimes it's self-preservation.
100%. Like, I feel like YRC in general is a really, really strong tool. And boss players at the moment aren't really doing setups or generally playing around trying to get the blocked YRCs in during their pressure. It's a free way out for a lot of players. I really prefer it to Dead Angle as well. I hate games that have guard cancels that are like really character specific, like previous Guilty Gear titles. There's also plenty of other
Double
games
kill,
as well.
right?
Yeah, 100%. Fully charged 5D. Lord of the Lion and Kurikich use that quite a bit as Potemkin, and Lord of the Lion clearly getting some good mileage out of it, nice and early.
The headbutt. Back throw. Back to you. Okay, that is guaranteed. You know, burst. Okay. Lots of looking dominant.
Hey, congratulations, Ninja Gaiden. Fortunate to see you out so soon, but at the same time, top 12 definitely a strong spot. But as we say that, Lord of the Lion not wanting to give up that spot. We're all the way at losers top 12, you know, just a smidge away from getting the top 8 placements where your standings, you know, the points that you get the second you start hitting top 8 ramp up really, really quickly. So if you're interested in getting an invite to that season finale, you're going to want to be winning out the matches this day into the tournament. Again, for more information, I'm dropping some links right now to the format and the current standings for our season. Yeah, if that's something that you're interested in, you know, be sure to check it out. In the meantime, we're going to be having Lord of the Lion versus Muscamelera. Muscamelera up 2-1 at the moment, so Lord of the Lion's got to keep it tight, but it looks like the momentum is very much shifted into Lord of the Lion's favor with the Heat Knuckle call out coming out as well. It's a kill. Yeah, maybe actually. Yeah, it might get the wall. Yeah, there it is.
Damn.
Duel 2. Let's rock.
Oh, okay, lots of whiffs coming out.
Sage.
Nice conversion into the slide head there. I didn't know that was a thing.
And one thing that you have to think about, have you seen how much pushback back S does for Soul? But never mind, another grabbing the flies, protecting the skies,
So much meter
protecting
as
the
well.
motherland.
Yeah, as you'd expected. Nice block. Gets the punish as well. Oh, the back throw. Just gotta bait the burst. That's all you gotta do.
Tried it.
Close.
Work out.
No cigar.
Burst is still there. Okay, everyone is baiting right now. There we go. A little
Player
delay.
successfully
on the
getting that
back
burst out. It's just one hit for either player. That burst, yeah, that's gonna be enough. Okay, all of a sudden, Muscamelera putting himself back at set point, and Lord of the Lion so close to tying it up 2-2, but falling just a little bit short.
Okay, no punish on the Mega Fist, but some time to start those knocks.
Oh, nice. Good blocks on the line. But that risk is definitely cranked. You know, for a lot of characters, half risk isn't that much of a problem, but when you're facing Soul, that spells disaster. As we're seeing, this is going to be a lot of damage. This is coming up, though. Tries to bait it. I love the awareness from Muscamalera there, but Lotterline being nice and patient.
Okay.
Yeah, for him.
It could be the start. 50-50. Low.
Goes for low, into the
Another one, a
50-50
little bit
again.
far,
Power
but never
PB.
mind, we get to the Carabuster. And you're dead. And you're dead. 50-50 into 50-50 and you're dead. I hope you like playing against grapplers. Because that was fantastic.
You know, Daisuke's vision coming in hot, you know, who needs Oki? Oh, wait. Honestly, Garuda in this game is terrifying, though. Especially with the fact that you have access to, like, Kara Garuda as well when you want to, get a little bit of extra distance on that thing. Its hitbox is absolutely massive, and obviously the reward on hit or block is terrifying.
Yeah, it's funny because in Italy, Oki was the name of a painkiller, and you're definitely gonna need it after the back being broken. Oh, there should be a punish. Never mind, a little bit too far. Gets
That's
a move
aggressive.
back for it. Has to go out of it with a Mega Fist.
Nice, solid pressure coming out from Lotterline. Kick straight into the Pop Buster. One more hit is all it's gonna take.
Close.
So much meter available for Muscamalera. You might want to try at the very least to get the burst out. I wouldn't surprise me if we see Lotterline just holding onto it though. Nice.
Oh, wow.
Being nice and patient.
Keep it simple. 2P, 2P into RLC.
Nice! Mega Fist straight over. And even without meter, that reward is absolutely huge. But with meter, you get so much from Mega Fist like that. But Muscamalera successfully baiting the burst. He's been trying pretty much the entire set to look for that. And there we go. Gonna break the wall, get that positive bonus.
Okay. The ass doesn't work out. Still getting knocked out.
Is that there? No way. Right? Oh, gets the clean
not
hit,
a bot, not a
HDP.
bot.
I don't know, bro.
Kill.
I was gonna say. Gets the clean hit with the HDP off of the 6-3 setup, and all of a sudden, yeah, it's looking very realistic that it's gonna kill Muscamalera, showing that even against Potemkin, that damage is going to punch through.
Oh, and now come the late game DPs in between the strings where the fear is sort of gone and you need to make every moment count.
Nice. So much pressure coming out. Gets the throw. And then catches the backdash again. And with the duration being so low from Pasol, he has access to stuff like fast dash with fast dash. Being able to, like, you know, catch people going for backdash with the low duration fast dash that's also forward approaching.
Oh, both of
Risk
them
built
whiffed.
up. One more hit's all it's going to take. Briga connects, that isn't enough, but the throw immediately after is going to secure Muscamalera a slot in our top 8, and Lotterline getting knocked out of the tournament just outside.
That was unfortunate because it was like really close. The moment Lotterline
100%.
was able to get those Okis working, oh boy, was danger time. It was like one of those what's it called, shows for horror movies, you know, the Jihad, and it's like, this is the time. You don't know which horror movie you're getting because you don't know what you're rolling, but they're all gonna be scary.
Next up, we're going to be having Barry Bones against Xando. So, Axel versus Chip. Very volatile matchup.
And Chip has not only the speed, but also the low profiling, being able to run against a lot of the horizontal sort of high buttons from Axel.
Yeah, there are quite a few characters that can do that, but at the end of the day, I feel like, in general, with Chip, one of his biggest strengths is there are lots of situations that put you full screen in this game, right? You can have screen breaking, you have round start, you have bursts, you have post super, you have all of these situations that will, you know, even 6P, that will put you basically full screen, but Chip has absolute legs on him. So he can basically close any gap, no matter how far it is, immediately, which against Axel is a huge deal. You know, for most characters, they get flung back to full screen. That is tragic. But for Axel, he can get right back on over, especially having access to triple jump and J2K as really solid ways to alter his air momentum. He can definitely take control of the neutral, but on the other side, you know, Axel having a lot of great screen control with stuff like 2H covering the ground with what's the anti-air? You have something like ID backed JPJS controlling a lot of space as well as 2S as well. But I feel like you have to be pretty committal with throwing out these buttons, and obviously as the chip player, you have so many different layers to your movement. You can use Gamma Blade, Alpha Blade pretty much at any point. And another thing that like having access to triple jump means that you can expend your jump forward air dash and then still have an option to go for another jump to bait out the stuff like 2S, which has pretty high recovery as well. It's definitely not the easiest matchup for the Axel.
Yeah, for sure. I think the only thing that the Axel can sort of, I wouldn't say count on, but hope on, is the fact that the damage is sort of reduced for Chip. So, you know, if the Axel is able to land those conversions, they hurt on Chip.
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, that's true for pretty much any character in the game. But with a character that gets as many stray hits as Axel does, they do start to add up really, really quickly.
Okay, just run into 3 of them. 6k
Nice.
lands
RTT set up.
into the trip Lariado.
Nice, there we go. We were talking about it earlier. 2S being a pretty good tool against J2K, but whoa! That is a setup that I have not seen before. The PRC into the command throw. That is that's interesting.
PRC actually opens up a lot of setups for the common grab. Mystic was showing them, Mystic and Snake Belmont both were showing them at the early life of the game. So I think a lot of people
IBFD. It's a rare one. There we see. Chip finally finding his way in. Immediately Barry Bones slipping out though without the use of burst. 50% meter available. That is going to be a dead Chip. Like you were saying, really doesn't take much for Chip to fall over and die in this matchup.
Wow. King Barry Bones right now has a Monarch meeting and it has no time for the Chip. So we'll see if they're able to make the meeting undelayed or if Chip is going to have something to say about that.
Damn book. There we go.
Okay, off the platform.
Yeah, I think Barry Bones might be trying to get player 1 back.
Oh,
But never
okay.
mind.
Is that it?
Admits defeat. Obviously, the TO ruining it, giving up for the next match, and all of a sudden we get hopped back out. For those of you that aren't aware, the main reason that we are having them hop back out every time is because there are a couple of spectator desync issues that can occur if the players rematch too quickly. So forcing a no rematch situation basically avoids that from happening entirely.
Yeah, and also some rare bugs with the lob crashing, right?
Oh, whoa, okay.
The players being disconnected. Okay, the throw.
UK ends up getting air block, Gamma Blade for the plus frames.
Oh, the slowdown, but never mind.
The slowest ship
Oh my
backdash you'll
God.
ever see.
The back handstand like a Simon Biles at the gymnastic. Still, you're in the corner. 2S coming. No, 6P. The conversion. This could kill. Yes, it does. 5k into jump cancel JHS.
Duel 2. Let's rock.
Well, Xando was looking really, really solid in that round, but again, Barry Bones finding his way out of situations that he has no right escaping from. But yeah, there we go. At least without the use of burst.
Nice war run mix up. Goes for the J2K, keeping it really unpredictable. The overhead, but no bars to convert still.
Yeah,
Sells
just taking the plus frames alone is more than enough. Beautiful.
God, how the fuck do you follow that?
I mean, honestly, it's nothing compared to, like, we even saw in the Samito vs Ogawa set. Like, some of the stuff you can do with Alpha Blade cross-ups is very interesting. And, like, in Exiled as well, the teleport stuff that he's now missing. Somehow, this is a tame version of Chip.
Okay. Oh, the just block doesn't end up
Nice.
mattering though. Jump back S. No time for the 2S. The drill is coming down and you smell like oil.
I feel like that. Oh, nice burst bait. That should be dead. Right, Xando, just as quickly as he lost the first match, bringing it back, tying it up 1-1. And yeah, something in general that I feel like needs to be mentioned about Chip is that this character has pretty, like, he has so many tools that you don't even end up seeing half of them. But I feel like we're seeing a lot of really good use from Xando adapting, changing up his gameplay a little bit, and now we're seeing a lot less grounded play from him, basically, and instead he's going for a lot of JS, JH, J2K, and finding his way in against Barry Bones that way, and I think that's largely responsible for
Something in
change in
general for the
tempo.
tournament, we have not seen a 3-0, right?
Maka against
Oh,
Chronicles,
Maka?
that was a pretty dominant 3-0, yeah.
Oh yeah, okay. But most of the games have been like fairly fought well, so
Yeah,
good
they've
job.
been relatively well.
Okay, goes
Okay.
under the 6K, doesn't get the full conversion unfortunately, and now you're hurting. Okay, tries to get the
Nice,
punish
indeed.
with jump forward. Not the right range for a 2H. Swept.
For most characters, it's death by 1,000 cuts, but against Axel, you know, you're really dying in about 10 straight hits, so if Xando makes enough mistakes, or at least Barry Bones gets enough correct calls out in neutral, it looks very different. I like it. It sends the goal burst immediately, not wanting to have to deal with that pressure any longer.
Okay, slows it down. Oh, never
Oh,
mind. This
okay.
time it doesn't work, and now you're going for a ride.
Okay,
keeps it
whoa,
in the
resets,
corner.
keeps it in the corner, yeah. Press himself. Nice, goes for the regular throw. What's up next? Yeah, tries to go for the cross up, I like it. But Barry Bones more than ready, anti-airs him out of that situation with a trade.
Takes the block, takes the 2HS because he's going to follow up into
Oh,
the
drop.
sort of juggle, right?
The RC being spent and burst available for Xando. Barry Bones tries to bait it, but now he's at the range where no burst is going to be able to save at Xando. And Barry Bones leading the set 2-1.
Wow. It's a bit unfortunate for Xando because they missed a couple of key points. I think like there you really want to break the wall because you already build so much meter, and meter does so much for you in this game. It can keep it so flexible. So if you get the wall break, yes, you reset to neutral, which could be scary against a character like Axel, but you make him block once and you're racking up meter. Like you are the character for the meter build, right, in this game.
Yeah, I mean, in general, I think Guilty Gear has always been very focused on resource management as a whole, and Strive is definitely no different. There are a couple of uses that you're not as used to seeing in this game. For example, like we have FD, but the way that it works in this game is a little bit different. Obviously, with stuff like air blocking and FD breaking not being as important as in previous titles, we're not seeing some of the metered usage is being used quite as much. That's such a fast sweeper.
The Street Fighter player in me rejoice. That was beautiful.
But yeah, at the same time, as there are a couple of things that they've taken away from like the FD and the active defense system. They put all of that depth straight back into the RC system. That's clearly where they want most of the complexity and skill expression in the game to be. And I think they've done a phenomenal job with that, with all of the RCs being interesting in their own way.
Like Strive in 15 years of playing competitive fighting games is definitely the most freedom and ability that I've had with the system to just shape my play. Punishable, so keeps it PRC.
We have both of these players just throwing 50% meter into the rain. We don't need that here. Gonna get an OTG set up. What's the mix? Goes for the low. And Xando blocking it successfully, but one hit away from getting sent out of this loser side of the bracket. Nice.
big
Wow, finds the
JD.
JK.
2K. Ooh,
That's
drilled.
2K. Wow, okay. Catching him on air to air. All of a sudden, Barry Bones is gonna be sweating a little bit more as we find ourselves at 2-2.
Giving them a run for their money, and also in a situation where the J2K comes at an angle that is really hard for Axel to contest, because you would think about 2S, but 2S has slightly a forward angle, so it's not fully vertical.
I mean, again, he had a little bit, some more issues dealing with Chip in titles like Exard, with Chip not having access to teleports anymore, which do put him directly above and behind you. That Axel used to really struggle with dealing against. J2K is the new replacement for sure, as obviously with Chip having so many different air options as well as J2K having pretty good tracking, it can be very, very hard for Axel to successfully 2S it.
Okay, slow down, but it doesn't end up mattering. And right now, Chip's sitting on a full meter. There could be a whiff punish like last time. It can be, like, if they're consistent, you know.
Oh,
Okay,
whoa,
never
whoa.
mind. Big
Barry Bones
butter.
finding the third gold burst of the set. Nice. Just doing an empty Ren Sen straight into
Okay,
G-Fake,
is that the
base the
punish?
super.
Yeah, 2H.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, some characters struggle, but
Yeah, obviously Axel
definitely
having
not one of
access
them.
pretty much the entirety of the screen would make that quite a bit easier. Nice, JH straight into the J2K. Barry Bones recognizing that he can get the match there. Like, there are many ways that you can try and counter J2K with stuff like FD and IB. See, the thing is about IB is that it's so hard to do intentionally in this game that even if you get it by accident, it's then on you to confirm it as well, and I just don't see that being reasonably possible, but Barry Bones going to be sent up the wall. Gonna break
For
it.
a ride.
Positive. Us being available for Zando as well means that, yeah, this round was looking pretty cursed, but with the meter getting reset, back to 0, and Burst being available very, very soon for Barry Bones, I'm sure he's more than happy to go back into the situation.
Oh, I lost the screen for a second, so you gotta go on.
Oh, okay, well, at the moment, it's just Zando again trying to get his way in. A beautiful anti-air on the J2K, coming out from Barry Bones with that 2S. All of a sudden, Zando back to full screen. Burst isn't going to help you here. OTG setup, doesn't even need it. Uses PRC into the 5D and takes the win. Barry Bones will be moving forwards into our losers' top 6.
Axel.
Pink Barry keeps the kingdom unscattered, keeps the siege away from the walls. But
Oh
who
no. Oh no, down on the losers' side, we're now going to be facing up Oscar Malera and Ambi. This is going to be a vicious set.
Oof. It reminds me of a situation where, yeah, I think it was my run at ICFC. I ended up losing right into the top 8 losers, but there were three souls, one after the other. I was like, okay, I'm kind of happy I went out early because I didn't want to get into all of that. Imagine playing 3 souls in a row.
I mean, yeah, sounds pretty vicious, but at the same time, if anyone's going to be poised to handle that situation, it's going to be the Soul players. Oscar Malera and Ambi have pretty intimate knowledge of this character, so I'm interested to see how the mirror ends up playing out. We have seen Oscar Malera going up against Red Slasher in HAB Season 2. No, Season 1, Week 2, pardon, where Oscar Malera ended up sending Red Slasher down into losers. But, oh, was it the other way around? Basically, they faced each other in winners finals, and then someone got the run back and brought it all the way to 3-2, I believe. It was a very, very close set. So Oscar Malera is going to be feeling pretty comfortable in the Soul Mirrors, but the way that Red Slasher played was very interesting. He was more of a patient and lame type player, Soul player, pardon. And it was really interesting because obviously he was wearing the Soul color, the red Soul color, and Oscar Malera was playing the traditional Kai color that he keeps on showing up with. But it really felt like it was the opposite way around, with Red Slasher playing nice and patiently, trying to bide his time, and Oscar Malera being more on the offensive, like more of a traditional Soul. But needless to say that going into this one, both of these Souls are very aggressive players with meticulous offense, really. Very, very optimal conversions, so
The
gonna see a pretty
same,
interesting and explosive set, that's for sure.
The same scenario ended up happening between Faisal Dante and Ambi at Saltmine League, with Faisal Dante actually resetting from... Well, Ambi was 2-0 up and they came back 3-2, Faisal Dante. So, yeah, not a scenario that I didn't see.
Alright, well, we're gonna get straight into the set. It's gonna be Ambi versus Oscar Malera. And, but, there's no need to go for a pun here. It's gonna be explosive. It's gonna be interesting. There are gonna be hands. They're gonna be thrown. And, let's see who ends up coming out on top. Got the Soul stage as well. It's time.
Duel 1.
Someone's door is gonna be knocked on.
And honestly, Soul has some pretty interesting counter Soul stuff. It's obviously, he has some pretty privileged tools, like Fast Slash 6H, 6S. And Soul, weirdly, is one of the few characters in the game that can deal pretty effectively with Soul's offense, especially with the whole risk-reward with DP being weighted the way that it is, especially with clean hit DP being an option that is available, which, speaking of, we're going to see 2 of them immediately happening.
The bringer. Still careful though, because you know you're fighting Soul. You might be Soul, but you're also fighting Soul.
Yeah, I mean, if you have the capacity to do that, so does Muscamelera. And it looks like with no burst available, is he going to be... Yeah, Fafnir, so much more damage. Breaking the wall on Muscamelera after losing 70% in one HP, one combo. Manages to keep his composure and bring the set back.
The perfect summary of Soul versus Soul just happened. Clip it. Okay, double headbutt. I think that Ambi took an express to Scotland to learn about that.
Oh, 6S trade. Nice, wow, 6S recovering in time for him to go for that free frame for a 5k as an anti-air. Nice backdash.
I've never seen a button recover in time with Soul to press another one. Definitely not a Soul situation.
Well, Ambi responding in kind, bringing us 2 match point. Both of these players, as we expected, you know, being very explosive in the beginning of this set.
Fares into Fares. Love to see it. Oh, tried to go for the 2D punish on the back S whiffing, but didn't work out. Here comes the double S, the double K. Okay, finds the escape. Ambi really loves the bandit because you know it removes some of the vulnerable frames of the dash. He moves really fast out of the corner, so great option to just get out. Vortex.
Samira, I thought we might have been able to see Samira being spent to keep that burst safe for the next hit as well, but doesn't end up succeeding in doing that, and Ambi taking the first match in the set. You gotta remember, the white soul without the blue, that's Ambi. The white soul with the blue, that's Muscamelera. Just pay attention to the fire VFX, you know, that's what we gotta do.
Yeah, pay attention to also the details and the refined details of the outfit. Look a little bit for all these garments.
I will say as well though that you were talking a bit about why Muscamelera is enjoying the Bandit Bringer as much as he is. Not only does it function the way that you said, it also alters your air momentum, which is really useful against a character like Soul that's going to be going preemptively for 5k and DP to anti-air incoming Soul.
Oh, there it is. Exhibit A.
Speaking of, by the way, we have Faisal Dante in the chat, another Soul player. You know, been all over the shop playing a bunch of different games, but in Strive he's been showing up in the past couple of weeks, showing off his Soul. Been taking quite a few top 8s, but has recently started breaking into taking wins. He won Strive of the Wild yesterday, which qualified him for Wanted, so how did that end up going?
I am not sure because I didn't manage to catch Strive of the Wild, but Salt Mine League I think he did third. No, third was,
yeah, it was second or third.
Second.
Yeah.
Second. Because third was
A lot of damage.
Yeah.
Faisal ended up losing to Xeno, which is no surprise. Xeno, another phenomenal player.
Faisal has been liking my definition of the Scottish headbutt because he ended up throwing Ambi 5 times in a row. Okay.
I mean, Ambi, you know, one of the most dominant players in Europe in general. And then over in Wanted we're seeing Xeno, who is the king of Salt Mine League, you know. I'm taking the crown from Barry Bones right now. Xeno has won the past 3 Salt Mine Leagues very, very convincingly.
Yeah, 4 if you count the pre-season.
This is so close. 1 DP on either side is all it's going to
There we
take.
go.
Never mind. There's SDP. The burst gets baited, but not in range for a punish. And instant TK Bandit Bringer. All we need.
Slow down. Anime! Exactly like, you know, like a snapshot out of an anime. That was beautiful.
Muscamelera putting his name on the board, taking a win. And all of a sudden it's 1-1, and Ambi versus Muscamelera, I assumed it would be relatively close, you know. Both of these players are very intimate with Soul. They know the character in and out. But Muscamelera honestly holding his own more than I would have expected. Each of these rounds have come all the way to the wire. Alright, here we go. Gotta get back into the set now. Let's see how this one starts out. I want to see some more 70% combos, you know? I want to see Soul eating that shit. You know, we have to watch the rest of the cast getting hit by it, but Ambi showing us the love. Let's get some more clean hit HDP in.
How does it feel when it's you on the receiving end, huh?
No, we're May players, so it's hard to like we can really talk. Let's be honest. Soul kind of takes the biscuit, especially if clean hit DP. Nice, Fafnir takes the plus frames, fast slash. YRC being spent immediately after. No burst available for Muscamalera, so good decision point there using the meter to get out of that situation. But Armby does not care. He just runs all the way in, gets the throw, and Red RC closes out the round with burst available going into the next round.
Yeah, coming from downtown with a message to deliver real up close.
Nice, success Bandit Revolver. Ends up getting the frame trap and gets interrupted by the close slash from Armby. Oh wow,
the
but
IB
no
on it.
duration whatsoever on the hit. It's insane. Immediately cancelling it into Bandit Ringer, which speaking of, the Muscamalera responding in kind. Oh nice, jumps over the Fafnir, but trades with the 3k. 5k pardon.
Now you're blocking Soul. What's gonna happen? Here's what's gonna happen. You're gonna be opened up by the Bandit Revolver, and that's it.
Beautiful stuff. HDP gets the 2k, and all of a sudden, Armby up 2-1.
Such an explosive meter. Like anything can go wrong. You block a 5k, you block a, sorry, you get hit by a 5k, you get hit by a DP, you can even get hit by a jab, and then it's full conversion time from there.
It's no Potemkin mirror. Last week's Potemkin mirror was even more chaotic than this, if you can believe that. But Muscamalera versus Armby, I feel like at the very least they're keeping these matches very, very close. So let's see if Muscamalera can keep this going, repeat the last pattern that we saw, taking back the match and evening the setup.
Okay,
Nice,
big
pretty
burst
stuff
bait.
for Armby. That's going to be the ball. I like it. Whiffing the gunflame feint. I've heard a lot of people asking why Soul players do that, but it's because out of certain gatherlings you can't actually cancel into Fafnir. On top of that, it also builds you a little bit of extra meter, so...
Yeah, why not? The guild tech, right? The 2% build.
Back in Grand Blue, whiffing command for a full screen against the characters with fireballs. You gotta respect it.
Okay, full corner carry again.
All the way into the corner, YRC being spent, no block on it, but the back throw is going to be enough for Armby to secure himself at set point.
Duel 2.
I am still spreading the news. about
Wow,
YRC.
Randstad 6H counter hit. That's going to hurt.
It takes balls to press that button against Soul, which can punish you very, very hard for a -22 button. But it doesn't matter. Courage, only the mighty will survive.
Staggers from Muscamalera. Beautiful stuff. Wow, the feint combo. I haven't seen that one before. That's pretty sick. But HDP being spent, the PRC being spent, but no conversion. And all of a sudden, with burst available, Muscamalera looking very, very solid. Can he close it out with this combo? Yes, he can. Muscamalera trying to keep himself alive.
Duel 3.
And now, very much at set point. Let's see if he can find his way out of the loser side of the bracket. Or if Armby is ultimately going to be the one to put him down.
Ooh, and another one.
Oh no, throwing a little bit too early. Unfortunate. Getting clipped by the Fafnir as well. That's going to be a beefy bit of damage.
Nobody's blocking anymore. It's all slack vest from here.
It's
a
just
direct
DP and
flight.
backdashing to beat the DP, you know? Alright, let's see if we can get an Armby conversion. We can get an Armby conversion. Clean hit, HDP. Wall broken. 50% meter available. Let's see what he does with it. Run up, BRC into the throw, and Armby is going to be continuing on with this set. Congratulations to Muscamalera for making it this far, but unfortunately, you are going to be felled by Armby.
I'm busy learning the Scottish head, but he has been using it really, really well.
Strong.
Going for a lot more throws. But you are a character that can put the fear into the opponent with so many, so much frame advantage, so much reach, catching back dashes. So of course you're going to condition somebody not to press buttons against you. And there comes the forehead.
Well, next up, we're going to have another explosive matchup. It is unfortunately going to be the Iron Gauntlet of Axel players for Leapfrog Pocho as he goes straight into Barry Bones. Mystic sends you into losers. Barry Bones is waiting for you.
That feels bad. That's a feels bad moment when you have like, those stacked matchups. But it's tournament life. It's part of the experience. So you better be ready for those sickles.
Especially in EU. You're gonna find quite a few Axel players. Right, in the meantime, let's go and check out the clips. Let's see if we've got anything that is worth uploading.
I am not mentioning anymore the fact that we have a Maturino because I believe all the codes will be spent by now. But if you want to do sponsor quests, they might be still available depending on your completion rate. If you want to directly donate, there's a donator role on the on the table. Hell, I'm gonna throw some free games for anybody that donates. It might not be the greatest games, but I should have some stuff in my back cart that I can throw at you. So if you donated, I will send you a code. We'll see what I have, okay?
Okay, sure thing. I mean, looking at the Maturino though, so far we are sitting at $71. We don't have any more codes left, as you were saying. But if any of you are feeling extra generous or have a little bit of time on your hands to drop the Twitter quests in, be sure to do so. But in the meantime, thank you so much to everyone who donated to this week's Maturino, as the winner of this tournament is going to be taking home $70.
Maka cheering for Leap.
I mean, I kind of respect it, but at the same time, I can't say no. My UK boys, apparently there's a ton of them playing UK boys playing Axel, who have just like me, a bad league habit. So I respect these players.
Bad league habit. I need the Team Fortress 3. Like, the moment the Team Fortress 3 is announced, you'll see me disappear from the FGC. Never existed, never happened. I missed that game.
The betrayal coming out from Maki, cheering for Leapfrog. After all of the cheering that we've been seeing, not just this week, but in other weeks, from Mystic and Barry asking for Maki to make a return, get off Tarkov. I've been with him. Mystic's been constantly hounding him on DMs, get off Tarkov, it's time for some Strive. But as Maka returns, he drop kicks Barry Bones. But let's see if that's going to be a lasting impact on Barry Bones, or if he's going to be able to, keep it composed and show Maka what's what.
I'm gonna sound really real boomer. What is Tarkov? Is that what's it called? Battle Royale?
No, it's more like a survival shooter. Think like DayZ, but instead of it being open world, it's more like enclosed, so individual matches, basically.
Ooh, okay, snapping out of the air into the corner we're going. This is definitely where you don't want to be against Potemkin, against Leapfrog. Here comes the conversion, getting some extra meter, some toys to play with.
I mean, versus Axel, you better come equipped correct, right? But Leapfrog after the last set, we all know he's going to be feeling very hungry to get his hands on this Axel player. And that's dead.
Oh my
Beautiful
God,
stuff.
What a play. What a play. Just came from downtown, went on the other side on the cross-up. Leapfrog starting out strong, but remember, you gotta keep some of that fuel in the tank because it might bite you in the end, like it happened against Mystic. So right now, slowing it down,
Wow,
try to pray for the gods. Nobody answering there.
Wow, so many whiffs coming out from Barry Bones, but Leapfrog again having to play really patiently. Wow, Barry Bones sending him in, understanding that he has burst and 50% meter, so he will be able to keep himself safe if needs be. That was a lot of risk for the Axel matchup. Holy moly. What the?
Tried to bait the burst, he tried to bait the burst, that's
Yeah,
why.
but how did he end up backwards?
I think it's the transition between the jumps and so on, okay? Another clash, sparked for the gods, sacrifice. There's the burst bait, doesn't get the buster, but it's still a good position. If you think positively, you might be able to get it.
He spent the burst, which is very nice for Leapfrog going into the next round, but he still has to deal with this OTG setup.
Oh shit.
Gets clipped again, same situation as last time. And this time he calls out the jump. Beautiful stuff from Barry Bones so far. I'm liking this Gatling to pull his hurt box back in. I think that's pretty smart.
Yeah, and also like HPB doesn't have that horizontal range, even if when you have a mirror to go and grab the jumping S.
This is a very different approach from what we saw from Mystic, but needless to say, very effective. As we're looking at the 7 golden letters being acquired by Barry.
But it's gone.
This could be it. This could be it.
Could be the startup.
This is all Potemkin needs. Nice, good block coming out from Barry. All of a sudden again, the Mind, Mega Fist. Getting himself back in.
Tried it.
Whoa,
Tried
throw
it. Tried it.
Unfortunate,
Yeah.
that might have ended up ultimately costing Leapfrog this first match. But to be honest, the fact that he managed to stay composed and find his way in that situation was obscene to me. I would have been mental boomed.
Yeah,
I don't
I'm
have.
trying
This is
to-
why I can't play grapplers more than anything. If I'm playing a character that can't move, I would just get so frustrated. But Leapfrog again, king of pot at this point, keeping it nice and cool.
I'm trying to think about it, right? At that specific angle, at that specific distance, he cannot even try to do a 2H as a preventive option because it's not gonna hit. There's no hurt box there, right?
Yeah, I mean it's gonna be hard. The only thing I can think is maybe targeting the
Duel
the
1.
landing with slide head. But regardless, it's not gonna be an easy situation to deal with. That's for sure. Nice, switch counter hit. Gonna hurt. Getting it again. Doesn't cancel into Rensen this time. Didn't have the charge.
Yeah, trying for the slide that didn't work out. Trying to anticipate it.
Lovely. And yeah, Belmont putting in the chat that he does see Potemkin players using slide head to target the landing recovery. That is what I would expect, but at the same time, you've still got to find a spot to do that, and the amount of Rick that's being built up for Barry Bones, stacking on a whole bunch of extra damage from these pokes.
And you know what is funny? In a game like this that sort of punishes you for not approaching, that counts as approaching. That counts as approaching, which is infuriating for me. But okay, into
Barry
the
approaches this
game we go.
matchup so differently from Mystic, which is so interesting because it looked like Leapfrog kind of had it on lock at the beginning of the first round, but Barry Bones immediately adapting and throwing out the newer
Yeah,
jump
that's what I
S
was
tech.
talking about.
HPB is so bad in this game. It's kind of tragic, I'm not gonna lie. The amount of times that someone's done HPB against my jump and it's just whiffed, and I'm like, alright, I'll take it.
That's the angle. Doesn't work out though. You're back into neutral. Try to delay the slide head to meet the landing, but not the easiest of option. And also, you know, I think you get a little bit of health to absorb that. Like you lose a little bit of health.
Nice. Using the special cancel off of the JS this time. 6p again. You end up clashing, but you really don't
There
get
it
all that
is.
much. There we go. Getting the clean hit this time. Slide head gets the 50-50. Not sure what that block was about, to be honest. Maybe trying to bait the super.
Burst still available. A gold burst could change everything.
Oh, nice
Also, a
mech.
flick could change a lot. But right now,
That's
still
the
in
thing.
good range.
Renson in this matchup feels kind of scary as the Axel, but we're going to see an OTG set up. Into the
Tried to
command throw
flick it.
again.
Would that
PRC.
work?
It shouldn't be enough damage, yeah. But we're back to the situation again that Leapfrog doesn't seem to have the best awareness on how to deal with.
Yeah.
RCS spam
unfortunately-
is very suffocating, and he's going to close out the next match with it as well.
Unfortunately, that is part of fighting games, right? What sometimes you just don't know how to deal with an option. That's when you go back into the lab after the tournament to just sort of find what you can do about it, what the weaknesses are, maybe how you can use the meter to get around it. But yeah, right now it's looking really, really painful for Leapfrog.
Again, we can say this all we want about it's only going to take Leapfrog finding one situation to get himself in, but that's just not true. Especially with a character like Axel, there's a good chance that you'll build not one but two bursts in a round.
Duel
Yeah,
So-
and then you also have meter on that, right?
Yeah, as well.
YRCs
Yeah,
and
YRCs and
PRCs.
stuff, yeah. Pretty true. It's not the easiest time for Leapfrog, as we're definitely seeing. I feel like there is a little bit of a gap in knowledge coming in here, but trying to adapt, especially in a tournament setting where your nerves have got to be getting to you at this point. You've been hit by JS on block at least 50 times until your risk bar's been built like 10 times over at this
There
point.
it is.
Finds the cooldout, the slide head ends up whiffing. The cracks are starting to show, that's for sure. Leapfrog has got to pull it together if he has to stand any chance at beating out Barry Bones, but that is a great start.
Okay, here comes the start, but there's burst available and 1 meter. Okay, here comes the
Yeah,
meter.
see, being
Oh, they baited!
The
One
Grand
touch.
Blue mix up.
1 touch is all you need.
This is so tragic.
Never mind.
Gets hit by the command throw, and yeah. Barry
Oh.
Bones, whoa, big drop. Never mind. Ah, JS again. ID in JS. It's going to end up connecting. Really, really close from Leapfrog though. And I just want to see more slide head, honestly. More slide head and more hammerfall to go through the JS. Because that is only one hit. And whilst Barry Bones is pulling his hurt box in with the Gatlings, I feel like it's definitely a spot that Leapfrog really isn't exploiting right now.
There it is. You
There
called
we
it.
go.
Exhibit A. Thank you, Leapfrog. Oh my god!
No! Why does it suck so
So
bad?
sad. I'm so sad.
You set up, this time we're going to see it. Back to JS.
Yeah. And I think like in a matchup like this, when you have the chance, you really want to roll all the options. Like, unfortunately, Leapfrog has been, yeah, there's the OTG. Leapfrog has been sitting on that burst, right? Even when they got the few openings they got, maybe you just want to try and bank on it and get a gold burst and play from there. Because it's such an oppressive tool right now that you don't know how to deal with. Sometimes you're going to gamble. That's the word in English.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, you love it or you hate it, right? These types of matchups are Marmite to people. It's either you love watching people play lame or you love watching people risk it all as grapplers. But needless to say that when you're seeing those two styles of play collide, it's going to look very one-sided one way or the other, and Barry Bones doing an incredible job with JS, keeping Leapfrog out for pretty much the entire round. And I do agree, I would have loved to see some like offensive spots for burst, because obviously if Axel hits you 100% of the time, he's just going to be sending you back to full screen.
Yeah.
So if you see like a burst really early on in the combo to keep that offense going, I think that could have swung a little bit back in Leapfrog's favor. Obviously a lot of these rounds coming right down to the wire, but Barry Bones again keeping it together, and unfortunately Leapfrog does not make it out of the ringer against the Axel army.
Yeah,
A lot of people have been drowning
times,
against it though, to be honest. Not just
yeah,
Leapfrog.
losing 2 times to the same matchup is quite annoying when it happens in tournament. You're like, okay, I really need to find answers. I really need to review my play, and that's all you can do. That's all you can do. Sometimes it just happens. Sometimes it's how you move forward. Sometimes you're gonna play the 2-8 matchup regardless of not calling this the 2-8.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
No. I'm not, you know,
bad.
I'm not one of the does. Yeah. I'm not like one for giving numbers, but sometimes you have like some matchups that are completely messed up, and you just gotta play it. Either you play it or you find another character. Also, shoutouts to the big boy Damascus coming in here with the hot kebabs, 119 of them with the spicy sauce. How you doing, my mate?
Coming out straight from Wanted, Zeno, I believe, taking that one. But I hope you guys had a lovely time. You're joining us in Hearts of Blazing. We're currently at our losers top 6. I might as well, whilst we're here, quickly show you guys the bracket, as a lot of you won't be familiar with it up until this point. Over in our top 3, our winners finals, we have Maka FGC versus Mystic Smash. You guys, if you're following the Strive community at this point, will be familiar with these players. Mystic and Maka, I believe, have both appeared on Wanted in the past. I believe in the same week as each other, actually, so you guys should be familiar with those two. Maka, Irish player, playing Leo versus Mystic, UK player, playing Axel. Then, as we go a little bit further down, we do have one player ready in our loser semis at this point. Barry Bones, unfortunately, got knocking out Leapfrog Pocho a moment ago on stream. Leapfrog having to play against Mystic, followed up by Barry Bones, a Pot player's worst nightmare. But down in our loser side, we also have Chronicles, a brilliant French player playing Ramlafel. Ended up getting handled pretty heavily by Maka earlier on, though, being sent down to losers in a pretty dominant 3-0. And with both of those players being very, very strong, it was surprising to say the least. And then, as our final player, we have Ambi, who we're just waiting on right now to get us into our next streamed match. Which, speaking of, I have for you right now.
Wow. This is going to be a belt to look at. Ambi against Chronicles.
I mean, someone's going to die, and it's going to be pretty vicious. Like, pretty quick. If I had to give it any one favor here, it is going to be Ambi. Ambi, obviously, a phenomenal player, has been doing some great placements all over the shop at the moment. German Soul player. But Chronicles, he's shown in the past that he can deal with Soul, and he's placed pretty highly in HAB. Chronicles' placements in other events, I haven't seen him play all that much in other events outside of HAB. But in HAB, he's hitting top 4 very, very consistently, so let's see if it's Ambi who's going to end up being the one to send him out, and doesn't end up finishing off the combo. But with a second HDP, that very well could have been dead. But who needs to kill that way when you can just Throw him a couple times, you know?
Yeah, the Scottish headbutts keep on coming, and the Fafnir plus 11 knocking at your door, knocking on Evan's door, and right now into the wall. No, it doesn't break wall. The wall is so weird in this game.
Nice, it hates falling. Runs all the way up, gets the throw, wants to return the favor, goes to the OTG setup, but instantly gets clipped by the SDP into Pasi, and for some reason, without the SDP fully connecting, still manages to maintain offense. Going into the second throw, and Ambi, like I was expecting, looking pretty dominant one way or the other. Someone is going to be taking a lot of damage in this matchup.
The Glasgow kiss. Face, I'll stop it. But yeah, Ambi looking dominant early on right now in the first game. We'll see how the second one goes, because there's been so many games, right, where it looked really, really explosive at the beginning, and then the cards on the table end up being shown, and the direction may or may not be what the one you're expecting. But this is why you watch Hearts Are Blazing. Second game, here we go.
Yeah, Ambi was actually sent down into the loser's bracket, which was a little bit of an upset, if I'm honest, by Leapfrog, who immediately got sent through the ringer, you know, absolutely through the ringer by the Axel army. So I'm sure Ambi and Leapfrog's going to be anxious to watch Ambi try and get the win here, and then avenge him against not one, but two very strong Axel players. You know, at this point, Ambi is Leapfrog's best friend.
The revenge is sweet when it comes, right?
100%, especially when you're watching them under the thumb of Sol. You know, they're in at least some amount of pain. Oh, that was weird. A little bit of slowdown on my end there. But regardless, Chronicles putting his name on the board, taking a round. Immediately, though, I get the speed up as 5 fast slashes come out from Ambi. Into the wild throw. 50% of your HP gone already.
What a backdash and no burst available. You're gonna get hurt.
Oh, wow. JD into clean hit HDP. Ambi has got the conversions on deck.
Duel 3. Let's rock.
Okay, 6-speed run call start. Punishable on block the FRH, right? The 6H. Or am I saying something stupid? I remember by itself is punishable, but right now doesn't matter.
Depends on spacing a little bit, but yeah, I believe it's like pretty minus, yeah. Oh, SDP straight into the RC, safely starting up his offense, but Hiko, Chronicles not really caring. So much risk is built up, but similarly, it's going to be the exact same in response for Ambi here. Risk cranked all the way up to the moon. Chronicles not finding a spot to cash in.
Okay.
Nice. Well, that was the tiniest punish I've ever seen. Unfortunate. Again, this burst being spent. Nice burst bait. All of a sudden, Chronicles tying it up 1-1.
That was a really, really good show. See, like, it gets explosive from both sides. And this is sort of endemic to the high level that these players are playing at, right? At the beginning, especially, you know, week 1, week 2, people are lacking matchup knowledge, people are lacking situational knowledge, but these players are playing in so many tournaments so consistently all the time, and they're going to pick up on habits, they're going to punish whatever is punishable, they're going to, you know, contest whatever is contestable. It's a good show.
Oh, wow, gets the ID there. But yeah, certainly these players are hitting top 8 very consistently in tournaments for a reason, of having very refined offense more than anything. Ambi and Chronicles both showing off some brilliant combos in the past. And something that I like from Chronicles as well is that he has really solid anime fundamentals. Like, as Ramrafel, we talked about it before, but her ground to air game isn't the best. But he makes brilliant use out of air throw historically, so I like seeing him in this game systems where Ramrafel and other characters, air throw is a very, very strong tool in this game. And similarly though, ground throw, Chronicles could make ground look like a grappler any day of the week.
Yeah, just run all the way through the backdash and after to get that throw. Oh, yeah, you cannot do that against Sol. It's already punishable against the others, and he gets privilege. Okay, knockdown.
Nice. Getting the plus frames into the plus frames, the classic. Nice SDP.
You can never have enough plus frames.
Nice. Using the PRC, keeping the pressure going. Trying to carry Chronicles all the way into the corner. Gets the anti-air Hello Slash, baits out the super successfully. HDP damage going through the roof. He needs it.
And I have been asked, right, by some players, why do Soul players spend so much meter on Revolver? Because, like, even though the mix-up is not the strongest after, you get this immense pushback, and then you're in the corner against Soul.
And risk as well. There's quite a lot of risk in it.
That too. Pick up. Okay, almost baited the burst, but still one more chance. Never mind. Shut up, you.
Standing the tempo all the way up is going to be taking another match win, and all of a sudden, set point. Chronicles looking pretty solid though, honestly. A couple, you know, one burst super, not getting punished, and we're looking at a very different set.
Yeah, for sure. It's very, very close. I am enjoying watching and commentating. Into game 3 we go. No, game 2 to game 4. 5. Oh my god, my math is all over the place. I am sorry.
By the way, the tip that you were telling me to do earlier, are you on about putting a hashtag in the stream title so that it's trackable that way, or?
No, just the clips on Twitter, because then you can just
I've got that
check
on
it out.
lock.
I don't know if it works with the stream title.
That's what I mean. It would be pretty cool if you could do that on Twitch. So obviously, I'm looking now, and there are some 56 clips that have been made this stream alone. Shoutouts to Necron. I'm assuming most of them are you. Going overtime.
Okay, what's the wage for that position? Because clearly you paid them, right? Into the corner we go, and the down drift on the DRC. Here comes the Glasgow Kiss again. Two of them in a row.
See a third. Arrow into the Red RC, keeping the offense going, but the free frame 5k in response from Armby, taking us all the way to set point. Chronicles on his tournament life right now. It's now or never. Instantly gets counter hit by the 6p there.
Oh, wow, nice! The second with the back throw, and this is the best reset that you can get position-wise, but jump back as... Whoa, lockdown
lock him in.
from far away.
Sword again, gonna get the burst proof combo. Not that there is burst available, weirdly enough.
Doesn't matter.
Looked a little bit bugged, but yeah, doesn't end up mattering. Mortabado breaks the wall all of a sudden. Chronicles looking like he could swing this back.
Last round, last match.
Still quite a lot of life left in this boy. Nice! Jumps out of the way of the throw, gets the punish, but back to mid-screen. Nice to bait the
catches
DP.
The back touch. Oh my god. It does so many things, that Fares. Oh, what a burst. Yes, keep him in the corner.
Nice!
Oh,
No! Drops the conversion, yeah. Unfortunate, but I love the use of 2D there to catch the Vortex. Keeping him in that corner. Jumps out of the way, doesn't get a punish on the whiff throw. Keeping Armby in the corner, but there it is. 5k adds, yeah, ends up getting the side switch, but doesn't matter. Swings him over the shoulder, Armby throwing Chronicles out of this bracket and securing himself a place in top 4. Yeah, unfortunate. Well, congratulations to Chronicles on making top 5 for this event. But there we go. There we have it. Our top 4 is now confirmed. It is going to be Maka, Mystic, Barrier Bones, and Armby. So 2 Axels, a Sol, and a Leo.
Wow. I think I started seeing some Axels in North America as well. I was looking through Twitter results, you know, those beautiful graphics for the top 8.
The top 8ers.
And,
love them.
Yeah, the top 8ers. And there were a couple of Axels, either 1 or 2, but, you know, I definitely remember an Axel. So maybe North America is picking up on the character as well.
Alright, so I'm going to quickly go ahead and make a tweet that we're in top 4 now. This is the top 4 is genuinely where the points ramp up a hell of a lot. So, especially with this being Armby's first appearance in HAB, he's looking poised to take a very high placement in our standings straight up, nice and early. Which I believe that he started participating in ICFC a couple of times as well, and he's got pretty good standings in pretty much all of the tournament series that have been going on at the moment, including SML, I believe, as well.
For Armby.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ambi's blazing very high in SML as well. Although, you know, Xeno is dominating at the top.
Alright, so let's go and have a look at my clips. And,
Oh, hold on, I have to watch. You have to watch as well?
You know what? Why not? Let's watch a couple of them on stream. This is gonna be painful though. A couple of Barry Bones versus Leapfrog ones. Also, I'll wait to hear back from Necron to see if he has any from the last set. Yeah, well, unfortunate. Leapfrog taking a round back, but yeah, it's gonna be mostly pain. Necron cooking up some clips right now. In the meantime, let's go ahead and get Maka and Mystic into this lobby. And if you have anything that you want to shill, by the way, this is the perfect opportunity to do so. Other than the tournaments that we have on screen right now, you know, such as Strive for the Wild, SML, ICFC, all of the events that you're seeing on your screen right now can be found in the Hearts of Blazing calendar, which lists all of the events that I know about. If there's an event that you know about that is not on this list, or you'd like to have your own posted on there, hit me up in the Discord or Twitter DMs, and I'll be sure to help out and get your event on there as soon as possible.
Yeah, well, personally, like, I don't really have much to shield. Like, I think a lot of people know that, know by now that I do coaching. So if you're looking for some help in the game, I am happy to help you out with pretty, like, affordable rates. I also am on Twitter at GilsToMaRide. I am 3 followers away from the big 1,000. And at 1,000, I'm doing a 12-hour stream of fighting games, like all the fighting games I play, which is going to be like a challenge in itself to find all the people to play sets. But yeah, if you want to make that happen, if you want to watch a lot of different fighting games, that would be the second edition for my, 1K followers. And just click the follow button.
Alright, so just got the download, so I'm going to put this tweet out. So before we get into the match, I'm going to quickly put that one out, knowing in advance that my internet's going to invariably suffer for a moment. So apologies in advance. But yeah, just a moment, just in a moment's time, we're going to have Maka versus Mystic. This is going to be some homie violence. As Maka and Mystic, I've been picking them up since day one. Everyone will know at this point that every single time I see them in bracket, I'm throwing them a shout out. And they've been doing, they've been doing me proud. But at this point, I've got my 2 kids, but fighting it out in winners finals. One of them's got to take the L.
I am an old man and I forgot to leave the links down, so I'm doing it right now in the chat.
I respect it.
Please, yeah, please forgive me. I am practically dead. So yeah, but yeah, this will be a really good show. I want to see Maka win Hearts of Blazing with Leo. Has that happened before? No, right? Or did I miss it?
Yeah, he's taken the first one, I believe, but he's always placing, with Angie. He took a couple of huge tournaments as well, like I believe the initial Levo, not the big Levo, but Levo 21, I believe it was called. He ended up taking as well. He had a lot of success with Angie at the start, taking top placements in multiple tournaments, but now his Leo, again, I've released him from his Tarkov shackles, and he has let his Leo loose. He is looking very, very convincing at the moment, but he has to go up against Mystic Smash, who similarly has had a lot of really solid placements from early on all the way up until now. So it's going to be a tough one to call for sure.
So what you're trying to say is that the European community of Strive can blame you for the absence of Maka, yeah?
I mean, at least partially, unironically, yeah. But we ignore that. I've been hitting him up. Let's play some Tekken. Let's play some Persona 4 Arena. Let's play some Tarkov. Hitting him up with all the game requests. But yeah, let's get this clip uploaded so that we can start off our top 4. Thank you so much for the patience, everyone, and thank you for donating your evening to us, whether it's in the bracket or in the stream. You guys killing it. So keep it up. Thank you very much.
Or in the background doing work. Shout out to the people making this, making the machine, keeping it well oiled up. Hearts of Blazing, also great community to be for matchmaking and those long sets that will help you improve in the game. And also, as Benji has mentioned, to be connected to other communities that run event.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a pretty slow week, I feel. Like, we've seen pretty much unanimously the numbers of people entering events this week has been pretty lower. That will come in part with there being a lot of events going on this week, especially with the Saturday. There were lots of things that were colliding with each other in one way or another. But HAB breaking 142 this week, even whilst it's colliding with stuff like Wanted and a couple of other tournaments, it fills me with a lot of happiness. So thank you so much to everyone who you know, that you're out here donating your evening to us, and I do sincerely appreciate it.
And another universal reason is really warm. A lot of people struggle to play video games for long hours when it's warm. Okay, back throw into the corner. No! Ends up... What is going on? I am so confused. Okay, thrown...
Okay, go pick man for, you know, assert
Okay,
yourself.
that would
Back
be
down
punished.
super.
No, that's actually plus unlock,
yeah, it's
right?
very plus, yeah.
Oh my god.
He needs it.
He needs it though.
Alright, an interesting start to the round, but it ends up slowing down with Mystic Smash taking control of neutral, but obviously Maka, yeah, only needing one decent hit. Back turn H being blocked in the air, that's nice and plus, doing the SRC into low.
Yeah, rapid cancel low, you gotta commit to it, there's no reacting to that. Okay,
Oh,
throw, back turn,
throw,
back
OTG
turn,
setup, ends up
movement.
whipping it though.
Yeah,
Unfortunate.
but it still keeps the corner, never mind.
Puts the sword up and instantly gets hit by the Rensen low. None of that in here.
Okay, deep.
Nice SDP.
Flash kick.
Oh yeah, by the way, for the deep lore that you were on about earlier with me and C4's beef, it was just that when I first started off in the FGC and I was running Granblue events, he used to send me some shit because I kept on calling characters' move names wrong. Like I was calling Lance66, I was calling it Lariat because I come from Dragon Ball. He was not happy.
Well, to be fair, like I make up names all the time, so it's fine.
This is looking pretty close. Maka all the way full screen, but are gonna get caught by the Rensen going for that Berserker Slash. You can't skip neutral in this game. It's not that easy.
Yeah, definitely like a game where the neutral skips are usually challengeable,
Needed,
fairly easy. Yeah, makes me happy.
Coming from Granblue, you know, I know you had some gripes with that.
But okay, into the 2HS, into the Rensen. Ooh, a little bit early on the overhead, gets challenged by the flash kick. And also mirror to spend for both sides, burst to spend for both sides. This would be a decision that needs to be made at some point.
Wow,
No
what a
burst
conversion.
whatsoever, too far. All safe. Snail hitting.
Back to full screen. Berserker Slash straight in. Wow, Gold Burst ends up landing though, and that is going
Okay,
to...
okay.
What was that combo? Not clean enough. Baka, no. Yeah,
And I
unfortunate.
guess-
Alright, Mystic Smash securing a little bit of homie violence, getting the first win in the match, but first match win, pardon, but that was a pretty close one. That was pretty much impossible to call all the way up until the end. Joel Maka is going to have no problems trying to get back on that pedestal, taking him out.
Maka showing that he will not be deterred from doing flash kicks. They could come at any time, in any situation. You gotta hold it.
I mean, I feel like it is a privilege that some players aren't taking advantage of, especially with DPs like Chip and Zol. The overall duration on those DPs is not very high, so DPing something like a 2H on Axel actually gives you pretty good reward. So
Yeah.
I'd like to see that a little bit more. Oh wow, SCPs from the corner, back throws Mystic into it, and back done H into the super. It's going to break the wall, get the positive bonus, keep the offense going.
The
Oh,
back
wow,
throw
gets thrown out
into the
Berserker
corner.
Slash.
What a transition. But Maka ends up jumping out. Okay. Yeah, tries to force the neutral. YRC, very, very smart. To
Yeah,
just
I
stop
don't know. It was
every
also
moment.
pretty scary though, going for the YRC there, honestly. You do have burst available in case the Maka does end up punishing it, but because he was blocking at the time the Fireball, which was autonomous from Leo, it would have been very easy for Maka to block the YRC and get the Fatal Punish. But at the same time, yeah, you do have that burst, so...
Yeah, but
the end of the round.
Mystic Red, the Maka is not blocking right now. Maka is all in.
I was talking to Maka about playing some BB tag, so he's clearly in anime mode, you know? He's not blocking, not today.
There we go. Burst, tries to force it in the corner. Okay, here comes the fireball. YRC is
There we
blocked,
go,
but
which
no
I was
punish.
speaking of it earlier, but yeah, it's -10, and you're in fatal, you know, you're in a fatal counter hit state. So I would love to see that Squid Air combos coming out from Maka that I know he has. Just keeping him a little bit hidden right now.
Ooh, the full screen approach right now. 1 bar to spend.
Wow, the delay cancels, and that right there is unironically the reason that I think Leo is as strong as he is. The fact that he has not 1, not 2, but not 3, but 4 separate delay cancel spots from a single fast slash is so good in this game's systems.
It is, and also the options that he gets from the back turn once he gets you into the corner, so hard to deal with, because even if you block most of his stuff, it's either safe or he can play an RPS after.
Duel 1.
Alright, let's keep it going. Muscamalera putting out some tweets about losing to Ambi, but unfortunately he did have a phenomenal run, but in his place we have Mystic Smash versus Maka. The winner of this match is going to be waiting up in Grand Finals whilst the losers bracket scramble to face them. Maka looking pretty solid so far, but Mystic has chipped away so much of your HP that it's going to be hard to take this round. Nice, Mystic again doing such a good job with the keep out. Rensen into the explosion, takes the round.
Duel 2.
It's a creep, and there's the no Leo's allowed sign. But right now into the corner we're going.
Oh, tries to bait the burst off of the backhand hit. Wow, the 2H coming out, completely whiffing. Unfortunate. Didn't recognize that he didn't have the ball
actually
bounce.
end up catching the double jump with the pull.
SDP gets punished. That is a lot of damage. You love to see it. No super being spent now, but obviously Axel having some great round start options that you might want to keep the meter for, as I was saying. Should be a kill. Oh, never mind. Tries to bait the burst. I respect it. Whoa! That connects. Is he going to be able to kill with the RC? No, doesn't end up spending it. Keeps it instead.
Oh,
And
yeah,
there we
that's
go.
a
Bro,
right?
into the back turn. Super. You love to see it.
Overlay's
Wow.
gone, Chai.
Ah, there you go. It's back up. I got you, boys.
You.
That was insane, though.
GG.
How did Maka bring that one back? Both players, I feel like, had spots to kill with RC. Missed them. But Maka immediately running up, getting the throw, taking the round, and now we're in the situation that we're seeing now. The SDP, no block. No punish button.
Oh, wow. And right now, Mystic pressing all the buttons. Tries to go for the delayed overhead with the jumping snail. He's overhead, right?
Oh, 2H into the Rensen. Okay, Mystic taking advantage back in this set. If there's a pattern going on right now, it's going to suggest that Maka will respond back in kind, tying us up to 2-2. But at the same time, Mystic, you know, I'm sure isn't going to make it that easy.
Every time I see this matchup, right, I wonder, is Angie completely out of the equation? Or could he
No.
just go to Angie?
I'm actually very surprised that he isn't bringing out Angie here. We've had pretty at-length discussions about it. I was kind of a large part in convincing Maka to drop Angie in favor of Leo. But the one thing that we agreed on is that he would keep Angie for the Mei
Axel
and
matchup.
Axel matchups.
Okay.
We're not seeing it here so far, but, you know, Maka does still have one life. Even if it does end up dropping here to Mystic, he will have another chance if he happens to beat the winner of Ambi.
Okay, into the corner
Very
once
nice.
again. The risk meter is going up.
That is
You're
so
almost
much
into red
risk.
territory. There it is.
Fully cranked, and everyone who's anyone will know that Leo with a fully cranked wrist bar is something to be afraid of, and immediately we are going to see why. Into the setup, goes for the command throw, and yeah, say GG's right now.
It's
Shake
anime
my
games,
hand
you
right
don't have
now.
to block here. If you block, you're dead. It does no damage, right?
Nice, SDP being blocked into the optimal punish. Oh, successfully baits the burst, in fact. Scarf.
This
doing
one
it
does not
again.
escape.
Maka's bad habits coming in to bite him. Mystic clearly adapted right now. Having no
Still
problem
not
dealing with the
over, though.
SDPs. Yeah, 100%. I mean, if Maka's going to bring this one back, it's kudos to him.
Meter.
He's got a long road. Back throw into the OTG. Never mind, no OTG, and the SDP is going to connect. If he can bring this one back, I will be
Yes.
very shocked, but yeah. Mystic putting himself at set point. one step away from knocking his good friend Maka into the losers bracket. You know, got to do it for Barry Bones after the treachery that we saw earlier.
He went for the third one. Oh my god.
And missed it by a hair, obviously, with the Throwtech window in this game being very, very small.
This is a great position for Mystic. He keeps on building Mira. The burst is still available. Ooh, big counter. Misses the conversion though. Still leaving Maka alive. Don't leave Maka alive. Oh, never mind.
Nice.
5k to 2D into the pool. And Mystic takes it over Maka.
I mean, the real question does come in now. Obviously, before Maka does have his next match, Ambi and Barry Bones have to face off. But the real question is, if Barry Bones ends up taking the win, or if Mist Maka ends up winning against Ambi, are we going to see Anji being pulled back out, or is he going to stick with Leo for the entire tournament?
Well, there is a question that only Maka will be able to answer. So we'll see. I guess with time, I wouldn't mind seeing the Anji back. And going back to something that you were discussing before, you said keeping Anji for May. I personally don't think it's that great, the matchup, or wouldn't justify a swap from Leo, which I don't know does really well. I think against.
I think
May.
they both do fine. I think that one of Anji's best matchups is May, honestly, just because of the fact that a lot of what she's going to be looking to do is JH, right? JH shenanigans, which Anji actually has a brilliant time dealing with the air game that a lot of characters have, with Ko being incredibly dominant, and obviously stuff like JH, one of these moves are airborne, one of May's neutral tools being Dolphin again, being airborne, means that if Anji gets a spin, it's really, really devastating. This is true also for May 6k. Sure. It means that really, realistically, the RPS that, because the entire point of Anji is that he has a neutral dynamic that completely shifts how neutral functions, but that is true for every character for sure. But May, I feel like the most other than maybe Axel, who obviously has very high duration moves, so if Anji forces a whiff for Axel, he's going to be, the Axel's going to be stuck there for a very long time. He's going to be punished from nearly full screen effectively half the time. But I feel like between Spin and Ko for Anji in the May matchup, that matchup is pretty robustly in Anji's favor, until you have to obviously take into account stuff like May Fast Slash, 2S, etc. as May players become more less reliant on the more gimmicky usage of JH and S Dolphin, H Dolphin, and Vertical Dolphin in neutral, and start to focus more on brilliant grounded tools like the 2S and Fast Slash. We could see it shifting a little bit, but especially in the early days, Anji versus May was eating a lot of May players alive.
Yeah. One thing that I have sort of worked out personally in that matchup is that May deals really well with the post Fujin situation, because she gets the I wouldn't say easy, but she gets a fairly reliable punish with 2k 2D or 2k 3k for the R knockdown on the Nagiha. Yeah. She gets a reversal Dolphin with a delay on pretty much any option. She gets the S Dolphin to come out, and I don't know. I think like a lot of the spin does he recover with like counter read state for some frames? Because that is kind of hard to call out online. I would love to see it offline, but right now Barry Bones into the corner.
Yeah, Barry Bones against Ambi. Starting off pretty strong. A lot of people say that Axel does relatively well into Soul. Not to say that he's at advantage, but a character that isn't outright losing to Soul is already in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, for sure. It reminds me of the Cabal MK9 situation. The worst matchup is a 6-4 in his favor.
Luckily, I don't think we're quite in that reality right now. But, it could have been close. The modern equivalent is shockingly close.
Duel 2.
Okay, so 2k 2D into the snail. Yeah, trying to keep him out. You have to be careful though, because at mid-range you sort of have a 50-50 in neutral, where you can either dash forward over the 2H or Vortex down to the 6k.
OTG straight into the Rensen. Ambi being nice and patient, trying to find his way in, dashes under the 5p. All of a sudden, this is the opening that he needed. Nice, the
That's also,
JD
like, one of the
conversion.
options.
Backdashes trying to bait out the reversal super. Baits
my
out the
God.
burst instead, though. Breaking that
One
wall.
more.
And I think if he did Fafnir, that would have killed.
Okay, tried to go for the throw, didn't work out. You have to be careful, the DP is always at stake if you fuck up the timing for the through block string.
BRC in response, but the 5k ends up trading in
Ambi
favor
would
of
take
Ambi.
that trade. He's like, you know what?
Any day of the week.
I'm fine with it.
I already had a point on Ambi's name for some reason, but here we are. Now he actually earned the point, so we ignore that one. Oh. Right, getting into the next one now. It's going to be Barry Bones versus Ambi. Obviously, I feel like we've got Faiz on the chat as well saying that the Axel matchup is pretty much dead even. Which, you know, I can definitely see. Axel, a very robust character in this game. In general, one of the goals that we've been seeing in Arc System Works design philosophy has been basically trying to flatten out matchup curves where they can. And I feel like they've done a very good job over the past, you know, a few iterations of games. And now we're seeing Axel, even his most polarizing matchups, like, are relatively stable compared to old games, especially against him. But as we're seeing right now, Barry Bones showing us that Axel is no slouch. He can definitely hold his own in this matchup.
Oh wow, 6 stage as a round start. Like collectively we need to start maximizing the punishes on those because souls are way too confident with that. This is a cheap territory. Oh, wow.
Nice, Bandit Revolver. Taking out the round, but obviously no burst available for Barry Bones. This is looking a little bit more dire than you might have first expected. Nice. I just wait out of that, puts Ambi all the way back to full screen. ID back JS, but again, there's nowhere to run anymore. Unless you pull them into the corner, baits out the burst as well. It kind of automatically does that for you. Because obviously after that situation, you are trying, after you do Rensen and pull them in, you're going to be trying to jump over them, putting them into the corner. So that automatically baits burst, so Ambi unfortunately not managing to find his way out of there, and Barry Bones is going to be putting himself back on the leaderboard.
And since you mentioned, you know, the sort of Axel matchup, or generally the matchups trying, you know, Arx is trying to flatten the matchups. At the beginning with me, I felt a little bit hopeless, but I understood the matchup now, and I would say that it's also like fairly doable for me. It's not the best matchup for me, but I think it's doable.
Duel 1.
So
Alright, getting into the next one, it is going to be a good start for Ambi, taking him all the way to the corner. And that's honestly, the thing that I think is unspoken about Sol is just how strong Bandit Revolver is as a combo ender. Like, it gives him surprisingly good Oki, and the corner carry is obscene.
Yes, corner carry for days. You're traveling with Revolver Airlines. It's a coast-to-coast flight. Please keep comfort.
Wow, both bursts being spent almost immediately.
Whoa, what a call out!
Beautiful stuff.
Duel 2. Let's rock.
Nice, blocks the Rensen, getting clipped by the 2H. Barry Bones making the mistake of pulling Ambi closer towards him and immediately is going to feel the consequences. I'll just wait out of the corner though, so only going to lose half his HP for that excursion.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you have a true blockchain on the pool, right, with Axel, but then at the moment it's not your turn anymore. Do you really want him there?
Yeah, I mean, the second you leave a gap against a Sol player, you know for a fact you're going to be one of Throne or DP at 100% of the time.
Oh, what
Nice,
a
good back
backdash
dash.
there to avoid the common grab. And the pickup fails, so the full conversion could have killed there.
I feel like he was trying to bait the burst, but obviously ends up successfully getting it spent from Barry Bones, meaning that he's only going to need one more touch, and there we go. Bandit Bringer slamming Barry Bones into the ground, and Ambi securing himself the set point as we move into the 4th round.
Wow. It's
Grappler
it's
players
good
sticking
also.
together, cheering on for Ambi and his soul.
it's good to do a lot of these, a lot of commentary as well, because I get to see some matchup extensively that, you know, I don't play myself, such as, you know, Axel or Soul or whatever. Anything that doesn't have Mei in it, for me, is learning, even if it's passively. So, yeah.
I mean, all I'm saying is give me Jacko. I'm pretty sure the next character that we're getting in 2 days' time from now, it's not going to be Jacko, but give me Jacko so I can be happy.
I would love to see, what's his name? Goldweiss,
Yeah, Goldweiss. I mean, I think he has a pretty good chance of getting in with, you know, there have been certain leaks that have been going on as well, but even ignoring all of that, we had, Daisuke saying that he wanted to introduce a lot more new faces to Go to Gear, and having that as a focus of the first season of DLC. That would not surprise me if we end up seeing Goldweiss, as he was pretty prevalent in the game story. And, you know, big body players are Joyce. He's kind of, looks like if he was in the game, he'd be a pretty interesting character swinging around that area 51 off him.
Yeah. Yes. The alien. The visitor. Oh!
Nice.
Knockdown
Great.
again.
That's that. Ambi managing to bully his way all the way in. Barry Bones has plenty of HP and burst to play with though. Nice, pulls him in. Tries to beat the burst like the same way as last time, but ends up being a little bit too awkward for my liking. Nice conversion. What on earth, that's dead. Nah, never mind. Unfortunate. So close, but the second I saw that burst being baited, my heart sunk. Barry Bones, one more chance to keep himself alive.
So close to the mirror as well. The 2S
Nice.
hitting. Whoa, what a pickup.
He finds it, gets the 2S, anti-airing the bandit, bring it. Not this time, Ambi. You're gonna have to do better than that.
Look at Leapfrog in the chat.
Barry Bones keeping himself alive. Very, very close so far. But all of a sudden he has a huge life lead in this set. But IAD JH into clean hit, Volcanic Viper.
Whoa, what a delayed jump.
Wow,
jump,
nice.
I guess.
IP punishing Bandit Revolver.
Oh, try to find the punish, the PRT to cover himself. 400 IQ play. Here at Hearts of Blazing tonight. Corner carry. All you want, all you need is here.
This is so insanely close, but unfortunately, again, with the Scottish headbutt,
With the
we're
Glasgow
gonna be
kiss.
with the Glasgow Kiss, we're going to be seeing Ambi taking another player out of the bracket, securing himself a place in top 3. He's going to have to fight against Maka now.
Yeah, unfortunately for Barry Bones, Ambi ended up taking them out of the tournament. But you know, with such big numbers for a bracket, that was a very, very valiant effort. Like your
100%.
your name is Barry Bones, and in the chat there's somebody that has a bone to pick with you. So maybe you'll see Leapfrog soon.
Just letting Ambi know that if he needs a break, he is more than entitled to it at this point. As it looks like if he is going to make a run through this losers bracket, he's going to have quite a few games on his hands at this point. He's going to have to face off against Maka, after facing off against Barry Bones, and then you're going to have to go up against Mystic if you do manage to beat Maka as well. In a Grand Finals reset situation. That's a lot of matches.
Yeah, for sure. And stamina, like, people don't understand it. Another big point of placing well in tournament is having incredible stamina. You know, the more the game gives you a challenge to things such as lobby setups and, you know, loading time between games, maybe your game crashes and you have to restart it. It gets tiring over a few hours of online tournaments, right?
Right. Ambi saying, screw this, I don't need a break. Going straight into the next match, it's going to be Maka versus Ambi.
Imagine going into Leo without a break.
Mankind knew that
Yeah, I mean, your mental's going to be a little bit stacked, but at the same time, you are playing Soul. Another matchup that, obviously, you know, any person playing against Soul is going to say that the Soul matchup feels fucked, but, again, just like Potemkin, Maka has voiced to me in the past that he doesn't think this matchup is very favourable, because, again, you have to get all up in Soul's grill, and that is exactly where Soul's comfortable with you being.
Oh my god, playing footsie is like they are at their first date and they really like the girl, but the parents are there.
Gonna go straight into the back turn stance again. Goes with the cross up low. One more hit. Nice, good back dash.
Okay, doesn't go for the crosser. Maybe afraid of being thrown.
Nice,
but here
kind of hit
comes the
straight into
crosser.
Berserker Slash. Good kind of hit confirm.
Duel 2. Let's rock.
Oh
wow,
wow, the
interesting.
backdash on the 6H. Got a new one.
Mix
now.
up. OTG setup goes for the same side low. Burst ends up somehow putting Max back to the corner, but he does not care.
Yeah, raises the leg for a Rambe and into the corner we're going.
Nice, great backdash. This is it. 100% meter available. That should be dead. Alright, Maka putting himself on the board, taking an early win against Anbi of all people.
Yeah, maybe Ambi right now is considered as like a break would have sounded good, but no, into the second match we are going. Maybe Ambi could. There we go. Did he change color?
I allowed him
Did he
this day.
change color?
We're going back to the blue one. Was it red? I believe it was red actually. But yeah, I'm sorry, Mystic. I was the one that allowed Maka back onto Leo.
Yeah, you can blame Benji both for the Leo pick and the absence of Maka and Darko.
No color change.
Okay, no
Okay,
buff
sticking with the
needed.
white. Oh, nice! Wow.
Calls out the gap.
That is a
Flash
ballsy
game,
DP
boys.
to go for, especially with that much
Uh-oh.
risk. Yeah. This is gonna hurt. Wow, the spatial awareness. Like I said, that is going to hurt. Jesus Christ. Maka thinking with his heart and not his brain. Going for those repeated DPs like with 50% risk on his on his noggin.
In the jungle, we don't need the brain. Okay, into the second round we're going. What a footsie, what a start, what a call out.
Beautiful
And the burst is gone. This is good position for Maka, but not if we get it knocked out.
Beautiful though. Maka fans everywhere rejoice as Ambi drops a combo for the first time in his life. Nice, good punish. I say good punish. There was a punish.
Yeah,
Could have probably caught
I
considerably more.
think this joint ended up hurting Maka because of the pullback
Yeah.
of the hurtbox.
Maka
Okay.
not spending the meter earlier, missing out on that kill. Doesn't end
There
up
we go.
costing him, but it was very close.
Glasgow Kiss against Glasgow Kiss. It's all that button, it's a conversation from now on. Woohoo, what a whip
Wow.
punish! Yes! Leo as footsies, I told you!
Oh, nice. AB ends up getting the pressure going regardless into the mix-up. What's the mix? Nice. Army blocking all of it. But he's just whipping so many buttons, and Maka, unironically, winning with superior neutral right now.
Yes. Bar-assisted baits, bar-assisted footsies, but okay. Forest, here comes the first Glasgow Kiss. Here comes the second Glasgow Kiss. Okay. I wonder if they mistimed the throw there. So 2-0 for Maka, right? One more chance for Ambi.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, Ambi is now being put up against the wall, but, you know, I can't sit here and hide my pleasure. I want to see Maka and Mystic going as far as they possibly can in every tournament that they enter, and it looks like, I'm very close to seeing that as a reality with, both the top spots being taken up by my homies.
Don't count Ambi out, though.
Yeah, no,
Especially if
you
he
can't.
starts the game like this.
This is gonna hurt.
Okay, the 2D comes out with confidence from Maka. Shaking the swords like the dance in the Macarena, playing footsies. Gets blocked, but doesn't matter. Won't be able to punish that.
Nice, wow. Great punish. Doesn't get all that much reward, but sets up a great Oki situation, which forces burst out from Ambi. I love the cancels into the swords up stance to pull the hurt box back in from Maka. That's pretty interesting. I haven't thought about that.
Yeah, ends up cornering himself.
So
though.
many whiffs, yeah. This time Ambi with a superior neutral. Oh wow, the cross-up setup. I haven't seen that either.
Gets out of the corner.
Where's
Good
Maka
focus
finding
on
all
the
this tech?
fireball.
And there we were seeing it again. Maka whiffing the fast slash, but instantly putting his hurt box back in with the swords up. Now, that's that point.
Maka with the Macarena confirm. Oh, the backdash into another Glasgow Kiss.
Nice, success. Gets the counter hit. A lot of HP being spent from both of these players. 80% meter away, just around the corner for both, as well as burst.
Yeah, and I
With
think
the life
Maka is breaking Ambi a lot because of all the flash
dash.
kicks. Could have tried to burst to keep the corner. Didn't work out, and now you have have Ambi also
What an
almost at full
anti-air
meter.
confirm.
Okay.
But that's
Ooh,
gonna
no,
hurt.
PRC! Could've gone into PRC! Oh my god.
Well, RC being spent, we're going to see it in response. No, Maka holding on to his meter and the burst. Back dashes out of the way. Gonna have to spend it here, the right. Jumps up, gets the BRC, punishes the throw. Burst being spent by Ambi, straight into the throw. He's keeping himself alive. All he needs is a ton of HP. He'll take that. All the way to the bank.
Okay, tries to absorb with the hold for the sword, but it's not working right now. And Ambi leaving some gaps, sometimes giving up on offense to bait those flash kicks. There's so much they've been hurt by. Here comes the Glasgow Kiss again, tries to bait the burst. One more chance for Maka. Burst available, meter available, but it looks like a very steep climb from there. No, too fast! Too eager!
Oh, wow.
The
Okay.
double trouble. The fat S, the forward S and the Gunflame to close this one.
Yeah, I will be letting you guys know that I will, after this match, I will be restarting the lobby, basically, trying to get another one up, as I am also getting the desyncs, obviously. It's not like a desync, it's a bit of speed up coming in, probably caused by a desync, however. So, we'll see if I can get that sorted out coming into the next one, but it also could be the fact that where I'm at right now, it is about 31 degrees, so who knows, maybe my PC's chugging more than usual, but we'll see after I restart the lobby.
To be honest, I'm not getting them, so it could be, Scotland versus wherever you are.
Yeah, I mean, for some reason, the forest has been consistently 30 degrees for the past 5 days, and honestly, I have been struggling to function, so if my PC is feeling the same way, it wouldn't surprise me that much.
Okay, here comes the power bomb. That button, 6 frames, so far. Is there any weakness to that button, the back turn back turn S? Okay, into full jump in, but nothing comes out of it. The vortex ends up whiffing. That should be killed.
Beautiful stuff from Maka. Putting himself back at set point, but again, Ambi isn't going to go down without a fight.
Full conversion from there. No meter required. Playing
Nice, gets the
pinball
blast bait.
with Soul. You love to see it, but right now, one more chance.
for the
The
wall and
cross-up
LP.
could be coming, but we could also stay in front and push you into the corner. Raise the leg for a Rambe. Here comes the switch. Here comes the back corner carry.
Oh, wow. Double JD. We've got the dust loops.
Okay,
One
full
hit
meter
is
for
all it's going
the-
to take.
Yeah, full meter for
Living
Maka.
on a prayer. Dashes up, delay throw.
Yeah, why
But
not?
yeah, Maka. He has
Why
the
not?
SCP. He has the meter to keep it safe and keep offense afterwards. Why not, indeed. Maka is going to be taking the win over Ambi, sending him out at third. But a very, very, very respectful placement for his first
Yeah, for sure.
attendance at HAB.
For sure. I wonder if Ambi tried to go for a berry roll throw to defeat, the setup of the flash kick, or maybe even a DP of his own. You never know, right? We
Yeah,
never know
100%.
what could have happened. But yeah, definitely valiant effort for Ambi. Extremely consistent player on the Soul. Beautiful play. Also very, very optimized in pretty much any conversion they have. It's rare to see them drop something. Like when it dropped once, Chai had to call it out because it was
Yeah,
that
I mean,
rare.
I was surprised, I'll be honest. I'm going to quickly try and get this lobby reopened. I changed over to keyboard today, so just trying to figure out how the hell to get out of here.
Nice, Leo. Is French? No, Leo is not French. It can be Irish, it can be Polish, it can be probably claimed as British by now, but not French yet. Although Archerol is on the task,
Oh, I
as
need
far
to-
as I know. Oh, do I have to leave the room? Let me know.
I might need someone off the cab.
Who's on the cab? That would be Maka. So you have him on the speed dial. Come on.
I feel like there shouldn't be an issue. I should just be able to exit anyway. What bind am I missing, fellas?
I think they're off the cap now.
Yeah, they are. I'm gonna go and check to see if that was indeed the issue.
I'm so bad with flags. I thought Maka was fucking Italian.
I mean, to be fair, I was having a discussion about it yesterday. That those flags are pretty similar. I'll be
Yeah,
honest.
orange.
You know, I was getting it ripped out of me by Maka yesterday because I was like, okay, so the Italian one's red, right? The Irish one's
Yeah,
orange, so
orange.
that's not the Italian. That's the Italian flag. And he's like, how do you not even know? I'm like, bro, come on, don't do me like this. How the hell do I get? Help me! I need to get out. I'm stuck. How do I just enter the menu?
With enter? Usually that's the
There
thing,
we go.
right?
Beautiful, thank
Oh,
you.
there we go. Coming in to save the day.
I was literally pressing all of the buttons that I know I rebound, but that must just be a default bind that I can't touch. Regardless,
All my
gonna get
days,
this player match reopened.
All my days in the prehistory of fighting games on the damn dear Kailera has served a purpose to know all of the system buttons today. 15 years later, let's go.
Getting towards our grand finals, Maka, obviously coming from the loser side, gonna have to try and get that run back against Mystic. It's, you know, the age-old question: is he gonna bring out Angie, or is he gonna stick with Leo the entire time? It wouldn't surprise me either which way.
Could you send me the code for the new lobby?
Yeah, I'll be throwing it to you guys the second I have it.
Cool, cool.
All right, there you go. And apparently there was a misreport, but I'll just change that real quick.
Okay, HAB. Find the Discord. Information. Did you put it into information, the code?
I dropped you a mention in matchmaking.
Okay, cool, cool.
But just
in.
give us a moment as we get the next match ready for you guys. The final match of the evening, hopefully with no slowdowns. It'd be great if it turns out that it was the lobby, and that it's not like I'm going to have to get my actual home fan and just place it behind my computer or something. Try and keep it nice and cool.
I've done that before. I have done that before.
Because I'll tell you something, my PC has pretty good cooling, but it is so hot that even if you're, you know, at the end of the day, if you're circulating hot air back into the computer, I have a thermometer in my room. My room is 35 degrees. That is the life of having a gaming PC in a room that's already ambiently 30 degrees. So
I'm struggling not to laugh because you're talking about heat to a southern Italian.
yeah, I mean, that's the
Even
thing,
in
right?
Scotland.
I'm sitting around complaining because my, you know, it's been 30 degrees in the UK, right? And
It
meanwhile,
gets up to... Yeah,
my
it gets up
homie
to
Agu,
45 in Italy.
yeah, my homie Agu was sending me pictures like of his day-to-day temperature being like 35 degrees. How do people cope? I do not get it.
I'm not kidding. This is not gonna paint a great image, but I used to sit in my underwear all day and I'd have like 4 showers a day. I'm
Yeah, I
not
mean,
kidding. 4
that
to
sounds
4
about right.
showers a day. It's not fun. It's not
I mean,
fun.
after this, I'm probably just gonna eat some more tortellini, you know, and have a nice cold bath or shower. I'll be completely honest.
Yo, have you seen that the ball counter hits if you run at me? So take the normal hit, right? This is the thing. But I think if you run at me while I am doing it...
That was the run button.
no. Hold on. Because, like, I knocked it down.
I know there is a run button, but
Well, we never know what the run button is for the puppies here, the dummies.
yeah, this new keyboard setup. Here it is. I found it. There we go. I don't think it is.
Hold on, let me try this. Hold on, where are we? Okay, 3, 2, 1, go. Try and run at me.
I was running, bro.
Oh, okay, in my screen it didn't. Shout out to the
yeah.
lobby syncing. Anyway, coming down.
Maka back in the lobby. Now we're gonna have Mystic versus Maka. And again, let's see what's the name on the cab. It's gonna be the lair. Okay. Well, Mystic Slash versus Maka. Whoever wins here is gonna make me a happy chappy. But you know what? At the end of the day, I want to see Maka pulling out his Leo and taking a top 1 placement. You know, it's about time. We haven't seen him on the top 1 spot of a top 8er in quite a while.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, big punish there incoming. The reset, the movement. Maka opening strong. And this is what you need against Axel. Let them know who is ruling the kingdom here. poking,
Nice.
but into the corner you go from one backdash. Oh, try to set up some sort of mix-up from there. And now Mystic with the back to the real estate that Axel uses as a big resource. That tries instantly to reset the situation. And that is the thing, even if you block, right? You're back to the corner, you... Oh my god, what a read! What a read.
Wow.
But yeah,
It was looking like a good start for Maka, but Mystic caught that one really, really close.
okay. Yeah. What is that button? Okay, tries to go for the back turn M, gets a counter hit,
Nice,
instant
fancy
confirm
super.
into the wall break, into the possible max damage. Oh god, this is not looking
Oh,
good
okay.
for Mystic.
Throw tech there. Interesting stuff, but Maka is going to take the first of many matches if he wants to bring this set back.
Wow, that was really, really good show. First round was as explosive as you may anticipate in this Hearts Blazing Week 4 final, right? Grand final.
Yeah, I mean, we're in the Hearts of Blazing Grand Final now. The winner of this tournament is going to receive a fat wad of placement points in our overall standings. Mystic Smash versus Maka, two formidable players, both of them from the United Kingdom technically, as Maka resides in Northern Ireland. So yeah, I mean, obviously we're gonna put the Irish flag on there. He likes to keep his keep people nice and mixed up on where he's actually from on the top 8ers, and you know, on the stream layouts. We don't have the flags on HAB, but at the same time, you know, he likes to keep it nice and ambiguous for people. Won't be long before Middle East starts claiming Maka for their own.
Oh yes, the punish there. Get need.
Coming in clutch with that 6k, but yeah, he has a long road ahead of him. If he's gonna bring back a set this long against a player as formidable and annoying to play against as Mystic, nothing but respect. But again, Mystic is going to do everything that he can to make this as annoying a process as possible.
Yeah, fighting against zoners takes incredible stamina, and this is it has been a long tournament. Not to say that, you know, the team hasn't done incredible work, but the bracket was
140
huge.
people, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So, you know, coming back from the beginning of this tournament here and fighting Axel in grand final and having to reset is no easy task.
Oh wow, okay, just gone for the plus frames.
Safe anyway.
But wow, nice, brilliant use of YRC there. I like that.
You're still in the corner, unfortunately, though.
Nice, CP into the furrow, has the back turn stance.
Wow.
2k.
Wake up 2D.
Oh, 2D, pardon. Yeah, you know, that was, it looked like it knocked down, but looked too fast to me to be a 2D. But who knows? Either way, Axel ends up getting his head power drived into the ground, and Maka taking, well, extending his lead at this point.
2-0, right? Very fast.
Yeah, very fast and very I don't know, that last call out was a bit disrespectful, I'll be honest. But again, when you're watching Maka, it's basically only a matter of time before you see some ridiculous call out. I've been playing against this Ganryu in Tekken lately, and you cannot give this man so much evasion. It's so frustrating.
What do you play in Tekken? I'm curious now.
Well, I used to play Josie, then Kazumi, but now I'm playing Brian, and I'm having quite a bit of fun with him. But man, the execution,
I'm
doing a
Asuka
number on
main.
me.
I'm an Asuka main because F2 and Paris. But yeah, here we go. Jumps over the flash frame advantage. Doesn't matter if you don't take it, I'll take it with a flash kick.
Nice, 5k 2D, getting the max range conversion into the OTT setup from Command Throw. What's the next? Gets hit by Renton. Nice, catching him with a frame trap. That DP is going to be the start of quite the long struggle to bring this round back. Cannot get hit once more, but instantly you get hit by Rensen. Pull back in, as if that wasn't going to be enough. Mystic fighting to stop this
This is the
reset.
first round, right? For Mystic.
Yeah, the first round that he's ended up taking so far, but obviously
Okay,
still
good
has
use of
quite
the burst, but never mind. Instantly out we go with the cross through.
The thing is, though, is that Mystic is kind of locked into Axel.
Whereas if Maka does start to lose momentum in this set, he can always throw the wrench in with Anji to change the pace of the set. So that's a pretty valuable tool that he has in his tool belt right now.
Yeah, especially because on a reset you can also change character back to Leo, right? What are the rules here?
Yeah, true. But at the same time, I'm sure Maka, at any cost necessary, will not want to have to put himself to the lose the switch situation. So if he doesn't die here, he has one more shot. After FE absolutely everything, but yeah, gets caught by the IAD back, JS, and Mystic putting himself on the board, 1-2.
Yeah, Mystic now trying to finding the right ranges, finding the right angles, putting down the geometry and saying, you know what, you are not passing this easily. Also, have you seen how many times Mystic has now started to bait that flash kick and punish him? The adjustments are being made. No Anji though.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. I do kind of respect it, especially because we know that C4 has drafted him as the as one of the Leo players for the tournament. I'm sure that he's just wanting to keep his Leo as warm as it's humanly possible, making up for the time that I stole from him with Taco.
Fair enough. Oh, the overhead,
Nice.
that should be kill. Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. Mystic's got those.
Duel 2. Let's rock.
Nice. 2S pushing him all the way back to full screen. Maka getting caught by the delayed explosion as well, losing so much HP right now.
Okay. And the bar is there for one extension. Any hack could be really,
That should be dead.
That's fatal.
Yeah, you can't
oh
pass
no!
that.
The drop! The drop! Okay, Maka, one more chance in life. No resources though. Snails from the back of the head. And Mystic on the two.
Uh-oh. And Mystic with momentum is a very, very scary thing. So if we're going to see Anji, it's got to be now. But if Maka goes into this haphazardly, he has to get a good round start.
And I want to ask before I shout at the end, is this first to 3 or first to 4? Because I know
3.
some tournaments. Okay, first to 3. So it's either here or now that you got to reset, or you get to be the champion of Arts Are Blazing Week 4.
And again, no matter who wins here, I'm going to be more than happy.
Duel 1.
2 UK reps, 2 people who I'm very happy to say I have been cheering on since day one. So if someone's going to take out Maka, I'd be happy for it to be Mystic and vice versa. But both of these players are going to be fighting for their lives at this point. Mystic trying to stop this reset from happening, and Maka trying to stop the tournament from going the way of Mystic.
Okay, good block. It's carried though.
It's a really,
Oh,
really bad
there's the
start.
bait. There's the bait. And you don't want to burst here. Try to bait the burst regardless. He knows that Maka is a madman.
Oh, okay, manages to find his way in with Berserker Slash. All of a sudden,
Yeah,
in a mix-up
yeah.
situation.
Take it out.
Whilst he's being spent,
Oh my god, the back
Can
dash
he pull
being
this
clipped
back?
by the flash kick.
OTG setup tries to go for the command throw, but Mystic, he knows Maka's ways. Jumps right out of the way of that.
Duel 2. Let's rock.
Okay, 5k to the into the pool. Good start for Mystic. Another pool. Oh my god. Yeah, this is looking really hard for Maka, but we know that Maka can switch. Needs one opening. Okay, it could be this one. No mirror to make it safe. Here comes the big jump in. Here comes the Glasgow kiss. Here
That is
it
a
is.
lot of
Shot
damage.
like a pinball. Juggle like a pinball ball. Here comes the multi-ball. The glass is broken. One more chance. 2 HS. Okay, burst on both sides.
No punish on the DP, no punish on the
Second
DP
one.
again.
It doesn't matter if it's grand finals. Maka is going to do it. One more chance. One more chance.
So much
What
meter
is it?
available for Maka, but you have to find your way in to make use of it.
God.
2S sending him back to full screen.
Boom.
The
Ends up
Labor and Sen.
backdashing into it. Okay. 1 meter to spend. Could be the make it or break it.
Thrown all the way back into the corner, and there you
snail
go.
at the back end.
Lay
Mystic
snail.
Sneakily takes week 4 of Arsa Blazing. Incredible run for Maka as well. But Mystic takes us a blazing week 4, and do you have the standings? Will you have the standings on Twitter? Will they find the standings on the Discord? Because people want to know. People want to be up to date with this incredible tournament. So
I can give you last week's standings, but it will take me a
there we
while
go.
to update all these new these new players who have made their way into the bracket, and Mystic and Maka obviously shaking up their standings quite heavily. With that said, Maka is going to be sent home. Wow. Again, he's already sitting at home. Which, speaking of, I do believe that he's streaming right now, so I will try to drop a raid over to Maka. He's been a trooper for Hearts of Blazing since pretty much day 1, was in some of our early Exile tournaments. But at the same time, Mystic coming in is becoming very quickly a staple in Hearts of Blazing as well. Doing very, very solid performances and is a generally lovely guy.
Go and press that follow button on Maka as soon as we drop in. That's where we drop in, boys. I am Gills on my right. I hope that you've enjoyed my commentary today. Thanks again to Chai for bringing me on board. Thanks to the people in the back of the curtains, you know, keeping the machine well oiled up and making this enormous bracket today work so well. And yeah, I'll give it back to you. It's your show. You close it.
I mean, honestly, I couldn't have asked for a happier HAB for me. Obviously, next week, I'll let you guys know basically as soon as I can. Probably going to be tomorrow, but next week it looks like we are going to be clashing with Big Levo as they have moved over to Sunday. As a result of that, I will be trying to collaborate with them. I heard back from Kumar, but I'm looking for a little bit of finalization basically on the plans for it. But assuming that everything goes to plan, I'm going to be basically just saying that the next Big Levo, which is happening this Sunday, is going to be a Hearts of Blazing affiliated event. So in place of our match, you know, our event taking place on that Sunday, I'm not going to try and clash with them. I'm just going to say that the top 16 from Big Levo that week are going to be counted as the top 16 placements for Hearts of Blazing this week. So, you know, if you haven't had a chance to enter Big Levo yet, or if you are having worries about which event you were going to enter that weekend, I'm going to try and make sure that that isn't a problem for you guys. So, again, I'll let you guys know. Keep an eye on the Discord and Twitter if that's something that interests or concerns you. Aside from that, though, I couldn't have asked for a better end to this week, going into a week of a little bit of a break for me. I'm assuming that I'll probably end up on commentary in some capacity next weekend. But seeing Maka vs Mystic face down and seeing some new faces like Arnby in the bracket was a huge breath of fresh air. And obviously, I'm very, very happy. But I'm going to try and drop you guys off with Maka, who, should be streaming right now. And hopefully you guys can drop him some love and some follows, as he has been a huge piece of support for both HAB and me as a person. So shoutouts to Maka and everyone who has helped us out this evening, you know, from the tournament administrators to the people in the bracket to the people sitting in stream. You guys have all been amazing. Thank you so much for all the love and support, and I hope you show the same thing to Maka.